Okay. We're continuing to monitor this situation. I want to go back now to a shot from Brandon Kopic, who is approaching this storm from the east. So still a fair distance away from it right now. He is in the Belleville area uh, as he is approaching this tornado-producing supercell that we have up on the radar right now. Just a quick reminder, this is a tornado warning for portions of Nance, Merrick, and Polk counties until 6:15. So about another 45 minutes on this tornado warning, as well as the destructive thunderstorm warning in effect for Nance and I believe Merrick counties. Tornado and baseball-sized hail remain possible in these areas. Right now, they're saying this is radar-indicated rotation, but this is an area where a large and destructive tornado was spotted just about a half hour ago. We don't know the extent of the damage in its path, but again, a very serious situation unfolding as we now had a large tornado develop, and we are concerned about additional tornadoes from this very large supercell north of the Grand Island area in central Nebraska. Again, Nick Weig with you here as we are just passing the 5:30 hour in Omaha. We are monitoring this tornado-producing supercell to the west of our viewing area. This is not in the First Alert 6 viewing area, but again, a very dangerous situation unfolding. We are now getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center, which issues the tornado watches. Supercells are maturing across both central and eastern Nebraska ahead of the merging cold front. These storms are maturing in an environment extremely favorable to rotating supercells. We do expect additional development over the next 2 hours of additional supercells capable of producing strong tornadoes, 2-inch diameter hail, and destructive winds. Ultimately, storms in Kansas and Nebraska are expected to merge. This is something we saw late last night as well. And as these storms begin to coalesce with one another, that tornado threat will begin to decrease, and the concern will then turn to a widespread destructive wind event as we move into the late evening and overnight hours. So again, this is why the eastern half of Nebraska is under a tornado watch, including the metro area, until 11 o'clock tonight. These storms will be making their way into our viewing area, into likely into the metro area later this evening. We do now have, I believe, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for one of our counties on the very western part of our viewing area. Yes, there you see there, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning includes Boone and Platte counties. So Platte County, extremely western Platte County, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 this evening. The primary threat is 2.5-inch diameter hail, extremely large hail possible. And so that is why this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We'll have to see if this gets upgraded. This is coming from a storm system right now that is responsible for the Weather Service issuing a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You see that information at the bottom of your screen. That's set to expire here in just about 9 minutes. And then a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 for portions of Merrick and Polk counties, as well as Nance County. This is a storm that does have a history of producing large and at least one large and destructive tornado that was reported again about 35 minutes ago. We've been keeping an eye on the velocity scans. They have not been looking as impressive right now, and that's not at all surprising, but certainly indications of a little bit of a hook that we look for on the radar image. And again, this could just be recycling, and we could see that rotation tighten up again and produce yet another tornado. This supercell is really playing with the fuel and the atmosphere all by itself. If we zoom out here, you can see some showers and thunderstorms to the north coming off that storm, but this supercell is all by itself. You can see other storms moving in from northern Kansas and southern Nebraska, approaching our area, producing considerable severe thunderstorm warnings to our south. But again, this one cell, this huge supercell now in central Nebraska, is just tapping into all of that available energy into the atmosphere all by itself, and is really producing some very dangerous conditions north of Grand Island. So that is the focus of our attention right now, as this system is just beginning to push into our viewing area, and that is why we have a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Again, on the left side of your screen, we're keeping a close watch of our friend storm chaser Brandon Kopic, as he is keeping his eyes and ears out as he is approaching this tornado, or this supercell with a history of producing a large tornado. Right now, Brandon is near Republic, and I believe that's County Road. Not sure if that's 11 or 110. It's very small on the map, so it's hard to make out. Oh, actually, he is on a different cell. He has moved south of the tornado warned cell. He is looking at the cells that are right on the Nebraska-Kansas border. And so that is the storms that will be moving up into the southern part of our viewing area. Let me go ahead and put that on radar here very quickly while we have a chance. These are the storms that we've been keeping an eye on now in the Fairfield area all the way down to Superior. And that is the storm that he's approaching, for the potential that these could tap into some very charged up. And actually, I think you can see some of the wind gusts. If you look on the left side of his screen there, he is driving into some pretty potent wind gusts in the Republic, Kansas area. Let me pull this up here for you. And we were seeing some very intense winds on the left side of his screen. Looks like this is his roof camera looking ahead, and you can see on the right side of your screen that wall of wind and precipitation. So obviously keeping his eye out for any rotation in that. Definitely at the very least some type of shelf cloud developing there. But again, this is right along the Nebraska-Kansas border, right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. But we are keeping our eyes out on these storms, as these could quickly, like the one in central Nebraska, begin producing a tornado. All right, let's go back now live to First Alert Radar and get an update on the storm, the tornado warned storm, and the considerable thunderstorm warned storm now entering the First Alert 6 viewing area. Again, we're seeing that kind of classic, not quite as sharp, but a little bit of a classic hook shape. Rotation still remains pretty strong in this storm. Could be a sign that it's regenerating. Not really seeing any indications of debris right now. That's good news. But again, this is a very potent storm, and we cannot lose sight of the fact of this area also seeing some unbelievable hail. Right now, 3-inch diameter hail being detected by radar aloft. Real quickly, though, I want to go back to Brandon's live feed down near Republic, Kansas. As you can see, all of that dust being kicked up by the intense winds in these supercells that are just being fueled by that inflow coming into those. So he is on the Nebraska-Kansas border, keeping a close eye on developing storms down there that could ultimately produce a tornado. Right now producing some pretty strong gusty winds, as you can see there in this live picture from Brandon Kopic. And we will keep an eye on his feed throughout the evening as he continues to move closer into our viewing area as these storms make their way to the east. All right, back now to Fullerton. If you know anybody in the Fullerton area or that Highway 2214 area around Fullerton, there is the potential for a developing tornado, and as you see on your screen right now, a potential for extremely large and destructive hail. Radar picking up indications of hailstones up in the sky, upwards of 3 inches in diameter. So a very, very significant hail core that is maintaining itself on this tornado-warned storm. Getting a quick look at the the velocity scans here, not really seeing much in the way of organized rotation. We're getting a little further away from the radar beams. This is going to be shifting over to the Omaha radar here shortly. In fact, there is the view from Omaha's radar, and still detecting a fair amount of rotation in this. But again, this is so far from the radar site. This is likely detecting more of the rotation far from the surface. But again, still very, very concerning at this hour, as this is really just beginning for our viewing area. As this thunderstorm is beginning to make its way, there you see Silver Creek on the fringe of our viewing area, as well as Osceola, and then over to Columbus. This tornado-producing supercell shows no signs of slowing down, and right now nothing is really standing in its way of maintaining its intensity. So we're going to be keeping a very close watch on this as it continues to push closer to the First Alert 6 viewing area. Not seeing any new information on the. I'm going to double check and see if we've got an update on this tornado warning, and we do not see one. The storm continues to move off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour at last report. Fullerton and Clarks are in line for this rotating supercell. Right now, no indication of a tornado on the ground at this time, but it's possible that this could continue to rotate and produce another tornado. It's already produced one large and destructive tornado. There is confirmed damage in Howard County, confirmed damage now in Howard County as this tornado passed over. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But the other major threat, I should say, is extremely large hail. In fact, anyone in and around Fullerton, this is really bad news. Right now, radar is detecting, and again, the radar is detecting the hailstones aloft, not the size of the hailstones hitting the ground, but it is detecting hail over 3.5 inches in diameter. We are getting well above baseball-sized hail detected by radar right now as this cell continues to intensify. There you see it heading northeast at 45. This hail core is likely just about on top of highways 22 and 14 in the Fullerton area. If you know anybody in that area, it is very dangerous to be outside right now. They need to seek shelter immediately. I would not be surprised if sirens have been sounding there, alerting people to seek shelter indoors. If not a developing tornado, there is very dangerous hail that may be falling soon in the Fullerton area. Again, we're keeping an eye on the debris detector and the velocity scans as well. Very, very muddled right now as it's crossing into the Omaha radar range. So really difficult. This is these areas that we really rely on storm spotters to get an idea of what exactly is going on inside the storm. As we zoom out here, again, you see that massive hail-producing storm making its way into the northwest part of our viewing area. And now we have some considerable severe thunderstorms making their way north from Kansas that will be approaching I-80 west of Lincoln here in the next hour or two. So all kinds of rapidly developing severe thunderstorms in our area, and we are going to be contending with this for several hours to come. Okay, we're going to try and transition here to the Omaha radar and stick with that here as this. Just want to rock this back a little bit. We're beginning to see a little bit of additional development to the south of that supercell. Not sure if this is new development or if this is a kind of a new tail beginning to form on the existing supercell. But still some signs of rotation there we need to be concerned about for people in this area. And if you are in the Columbus and Osceola area, in our viewing area, you need to be prepared for a extremely dangerous storm approaching your area. It is just after 5:45 here. Nick Weig with you on First Alert 6 streaming as we're continuing to track these dangerous thunderstorms, the most significant of which closing in on the First Alert 6 viewing area right now as a tornado warning continues. This storm does have a history. Right now, there's no report of a tornado on the ground right now, but this storm does have a history of producing a large and destructive tornado. It also has a history of producing extremely large hail, there is a strong indications, especially if people in the Fullerton area need to be prepared for up to baseball-sized hail or larger very, very soon in that area. There you see Fullerton right now, some broad rotation in that area, but for people in Fullerton right now, the major concern is hail. This is extremely dangerous sized hail that is bearing down on the Fullerton area. Right now we've seen the hail core go from 3.6 inches in diameter to 2.7. You want to believe that's good news, but that could be an indicator that some of those very large hailstones have now fallen to the ground. And that is not something that we want to see. But for people in the Fullerton area, Loop Ferry, Highway 14 and 22 corridor, this is on you right now. And if you haven't sought shelter now, time is about up. This will undoubtedly cause, if the hailstones upwards of 2 inches in diameter are falling to the ground, causing not only significant damage to vehicles and property, but also structural damage to homes as well. Windows and siding could be at risk with hailstones this large moving through. We're going to go ahead and zoom out here. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning. There have been hail cores spiking up and down near Cedar Rapids, Nebraska, St. Edward, Newman Grove. But right now, the main hail core is bearing down on Fullerton with some potentially very large hail falling to the ground. There you see those purples, occasional whites, as the new scan shows that hail core right on top of Fullerton right now. We're also keeping our eye out for the potential of any redevelopment of rotation. Right now, we're not really seeing much, but that broad rotation is still there, and so we're keeping a close eye on that. We're also keeping an eye out on another batch of strong thunderstorms and supercells. Here is that tornado watch that remains in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. As we go back to live First Alert radar, I want to take a brief look at these storms down to the south. This is the area where Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic has staked out for some potential development of some new supercells. Several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, primarily for large hail with these storms. If we switch over to the hail scan, we can see some developing hail cores there. But right now, no indication of any large hail. There is some beginning signatures right along the border there of some rotation along these storms. But again, nothing too organized, but could be cause for concern as we move deeper into your Sunday evening here across Nebraska. Here's that 1 hour loop, and you can see the progress these storms have made as this may be an indicator of why we're not seeing a strong rotation as the large tornado producer is entering our area, as it appears this line may be filling in now, and that could be an indicator of some of the energy that this supercell is tapped into possibly being taken away from it. Hopefully, if we're lucky, that will reduce the threat for tornadoes. It won't completely rule them out. But again, still significant threats out there for tornadoes as well as large hail. And we've seen a lot of both already. Already today, we've had 3 tornado reports, we've had 8 wind reports, and 14 hail reports in Nebraska and Iowa. We're going to take a quick peek here and see what the Storm Prediction Center is saying. Okay, we have tornadoes that were reported near St. Library. That tornado has confirmed damage in Howard County. Other tornadoes reported near Cairo, and another separate report near St. Library. The Storm Prediction Center will go through these reports in the hours and days ahead, and the number may be reduced as it's learned that there may have been multiple tornado reports on the same tornado. But again, right now, the official count stands at 3. Where a large tornado has reportedly caused some damage to structures. That's all that's being said right now in the St. Library area of Howard County. Okay, it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and take a look at that as this powerful supercell continues to push off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. We're going to actually switch back to first alert radar here and get a better look at that for you. And we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Nance County. This does include the city of Genoa for about another 20 minutes. And then we also now have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Boone and Platte County until 6:30. This just being issued a moment ago. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Platte and Boone counties. 2-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. This was a severe thunderstorm warning that has now been upgraded to a considerable as concern continues to grow of some extremely large hail capable of producing significant damage. As we continue our live coverage now, we are keeping our eye on this storm. I do want to call some attention just because this is in our area. We're seeing a little bit of thunderstorm development out ahead of it. That is moving pretty quickly to the north. We'll keep an eye on that cell northeast of Columbus and see if that materializes into anything. Of course, that's not guaranteed, but certainly we'll be keeping an eye on it. No new updates since the upgrade of that severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service. Let's take a look and see if we've got any updates on the velocity scan. Still some strong wind gusts in there, but nothing at the time really indicating that there is any threat of a developing tornado anywhere in this. We would like to see that trend continue. We would like to see the tornado threat begin to ease off but we should stress that conditions do remain very strong for the potential development of additional supercells capable of producing tornadoes. So the tornado threat exists. With this particular storm, we're not seeing an immediate threat right now. That's the good news. But rotation does still exist, and that can change at any time. We saw broad rotation tighten up, and then just minutes later, we got word of a large destructive tornado on the ground. Right now, though, it appears the primary threat, the immediate threat from this large supercell, is beginning to shift towards large hail. And good news, bad news situation as we look over in the Fullerton area, that hail core has decreased. It's still very large, capable of producing some pretty large hail. But we've seen overall the size of those detected hailstones in the atmosphere drop to about 2 inches from nearly 4 inches earlier. The bad news with that is those massive hailstones detected by radar had to fall somewhere, and we certainly hope they did not fall over any populated areas in Fullerton or the surrounding areas. We certainly hope they didn't fall on the highways there as people were passing through. But again, still a very potent hail core, still capable of producing some very large hail. Some additional hail cores developing as this cell is kind of stretched a little bit to the south. And so we'll be monitoring that. But right now we have the tornado warning set to expire here in about 15 minutes, and then several considerable severe thunderstorm warnings now being issued. We have another developing hail core west of Humphrey moving to the northeast, all of these moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will leave the radar up, and we'll bring you an update here in just a moment. Nick Wagback here with you as we have left the radar up for you to watch. You can see the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. That is the good news. But here's the bad news. We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of our viewing area. This includes portions of Madison, Platte, and Stanton County. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live in this area, your phone is probably going off like there's a tornado warning. That's because we have these are treated as serious as a tornado warning. This is for winds as high or higher than 80 miles per hour or hail as high as baseball size. So for this particular destructive severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 2 miles south of St. Edward to 4 miles northwest of Genoa to 7 miles east of Fullerton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So this storm is accelerating. This is a storm that has a history of producing extremely large hail. Right now, the main hazard, baseball-sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. Let's go ahead and switch to the hail detection and good news, bad news situation. Right now, that hail core looks quite a bit smaller than it did a while ago, but we've seen these pop up, and then when they weaken, that's unfortunately a sign that they've dropped some of their largest hailstones. Right now, still detecting 2-inch diameter hail aloft. That doesn't mean it's reaching the ground, but 2-inch diameter hail being detected by radar. And as those stones get bigger and bigger, eventually they fall, the hail core collapses, and then we see it re-strengthen as it begins building up newer and larger hailstones. So again, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for areas of our viewing area, including Madison, Platte, and Stanton counties until 6:45 this evening. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has a history of producing hail larger than 3 inches in diameter. So very, very large, dangerous, even life-threatening hail that could be impacting these areas. So now that this is in our area, we are going to be staying with this storm. Occasionally, we're going to pop out and show you what's happening to our south, as now we have new thunderstorms that have developed, now pushing into the western part of our viewing area along I-80. So let's go ahead and take a look at those, as we are now very quickly going to be inundated by a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across our area. Okay, so York, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes portions of Clay, Hamilton, Polk, and York counties until 6:30 this evening. This does include the communities of Bradshaw, Hampton, Henderson, and York. This is primarily for a threat of 1.5-inch diameter hail, as well as wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. This storm is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. We also have our new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Madison, Platte, and Stanton counties. We'll zoom in on that portion of the storm. This storm is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And there you see in the purple, that is where that strongest hail core exists right now, moving into the newly warned area. This storm does have a history of producing hailstones bigger than 3 inches in diameter. And right now, there is a threat of about 2-inch diameter hail in association with this hail core. But again, that can get even stronger as it continues to push now rather quickly to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to go ahead and put the radar in motion here. This is the last hour. This is from about the time that we had a large destructive tornado on the ground that was producing damage. It has really been riding along the river, as you see there, and has now become a little bit disorganized in terms of rotation, but still some very large hail cores in these storms that we have to contend with. And so that's the reason that if you live in the Humphrey area and the surrounding area, your phone triggered that EAS alert because this is considered a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Taking a look at the velocity scans, there's still some rotation in there, but nothing that's any immediate cause for concern. Certainly no indications of any debris being kicked up into the air. That's the good news. But these brighter reds and greens are certainly indicators that there are still some very strong wind gusts in this area. And where they come together, especially in those areas of pink, that is certainly an indicator that some very strong wind gusts exist in that area. Right now, we're getting what's called gate-to-gate shear of over 100 miles per hour with straight line winds of about 70 miles per hour. Again, this is being detected aloft. That doesn't mean that's how strong the winds are at the surface. But there's still some concerning signs of some possible rotation. It's just not in the area where we would normally see a tornado. Uh, Normally, if we were to see a tornado more along the leading edge of the storm, it would be a very small kind of spin up, but it could also be an indicator of some very strong straight line winds on that leading edge of the storm. So, again, the destructive nature of the hail is the primary threat in this new thunderstorm warning, but there are also growing indications of some very strong wind gusts at the leading edge that may be indicative of the fact that these storms are beginning to accelerate, as this particular supercell is now moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and zoom out here on First Alert Radar, and you can see the massive complex right now of just severe thunderstorm warnings pushing into the western part of our viewing area from the Kansas border all the way up to Norfolk. And it is continuing to this line of showers and thunderstorms. We were watching a very large supercell, largely by itself in central Nebraska, north of Grand Island. And because it was by itself, it really tapped into the dynamics in the atmosphere, produced a very large destructive tornado. We're waiting for additional information on the scope of that damage. Fortunately, it was in a rural area, so hopefully it is very limited and nobody was hurt. But now we're seeing all of these cells kind of fill in. And there you see it stretching all the way to Kansas as our radar is zooming out right now. Okay, not sure what happened to our radar there, but we're going to fix it right now. Let's go all the way back here to the area that matters. There you see our long line now of severe thunderstorm warnings across the area that we are tracking. Storm chaser Brandon Kopic remains right along the Nebraska-Kansas border. He's down in near Byron, Nebraska. He is now moving east, trying to get out ahead of this line near, I believe he's on the westernmost storms down by the border. Yeah, that is one of the stronger ones down there right now. But again, if we zoom out again, there you see from, with the exception of a gap around Sioux City from Norfolk all the way down west of Salina, we now have a full bevy of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching hundreds of miles undoubtedly here as this line has really begun to lit up. Now, the initial hope is that this may begin to reduce the overall threat for tornadoes tonight, but if this line continues to move the way it is, we are going to be looking at some widespread damaging winds and large hail. Now, I know Brandon is not in our viewing area right now, but I want to see if we can get his live picture up because he has got quite the image right now. Take a look at this. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic right now, and look at that wall right there of precipitation. That is an incredible view. This is near Byron, Nebraska, along the Kansas-Nebraska border. An incredible image right now of an advancing severe thunderstorm moving in on its position. This is as somebody who's been chasing for a long time, you don't like to see damage, but these are the images you love to see, these picturesque moments of an approaching severe thunderstorm that also is hopefully not producing any damage at the time, especially in areas that desperately, desperately need this rain. So an absolutely gorgeous shot from the Nebraska-Kansas border right now from storm chaser Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon does stream on YouTube himself, so if you want to follow along with his storm chases, please just go ahead and search for his name on YouTube and subscribe to his channel. We really appreciate all the storm chasers that are out there and getting us the ground truth of what the radar is showing us, because as we talk about a lot, especially in these rural parts of Nebraska and Iowa, we do have these kind of areas that aren't very well covered by NEXRAD and by other radars. And so storm chasers, storm spotters are really the eyes on the ground that we need when we're seeing just unbelievable returns on the radar. And then we rely on these reports to confirm what is actually happening. It was storm spotters that confirmed a large tornado on the ground earlier today in central Nebraska, and it is also storm spotters and unfortunately storm victims that send in the reports of large hail and damage to the National Weather Service. So again, we want to thank Brandon Kopic for these amazing pictures from the Kansas-Nebraska border of what appears to be a very strong severe thunderstorm capable of producing some strong winds and large hail, and just a picturesque moment there that kind of lets you see a little bit of the beauty when nothing immediately is being threatened. That's what we love to see. So again, that is along the Kansas-Nebraska border right now. Right now, though, we need to get back to the storms entering our area. So let's go back to First Alert Radar now. And there you see, from Norfolk down to the Kansas border, we have a full laundry list now of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll double check here, but I believe our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been downgraded, so that is good news. But still several considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. Let's start up in Norfolk. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7 o'clock tonight for Madison, Stanton, and Wayne counties, including the communities of Hoskins, Norfolk, Stanton, and Warnerville. The primary threat will be 1 3/4 inch diameter hail possible, as well as some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Further to the south, in the Humphrey area, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 6:45 this evening for Madison, Platte, and Stanton counties. This does include the communities of Creston, Humphrey, Madison, and Platte Center. The primary threats for this one, 2-inch diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And you saw it pop up on the screen there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued moments ago. You'll likely see it there on the bottom of your screen. There it is popping up on the bottom of your screen now. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Platte County, including the communities of Columbus and Duncan, until 7 o'clock this evening for the threat of 1.5 inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a general severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the portion of this storm that does have a history of producing a large and destructive tornado. It also has a history of producing hail in excess of 3 inches in diameter. We're going to go ahead and switch over to the velocity modes here. Not seeing any immediate concerns for tornadic development. This appears to be possibly taking the shape more of a shelf cloud situation, as any rotation in the storm is now kind of on the leading edge. And as these storms begin to pick up speed, forward motion, and move to the northeast, it now, and actually let's see what the Weather Service said about the speed of this. It is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Well, that's a little bit more concerning. If it's beginning to slow down and move more easterly than northeast, there's some concern that we could see some rotation, but right now, no indication of an imminent tornado. But it also could be an indication as these storms begin shifting more to the east that we could see the wind gusts begin to grow in intensity, especially on the leading edge of these storms. So a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southeastern Platte County until 7 o'clock for a severe thunderstorm moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. The primary threat in this area, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail up to the size of ping pong balls. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to reflectivity mode here and the precip. And you can see all of the considerable severe thunderstorm warnings with those bolder polygon lines, and then the thinner ones like around Columbus, just a general severe thunderstorm warning, another general severe thunderstorm warning for the greater York area right now, other thunderstorms right now that are just strong, not severe, and then additional thunderstorms down along the Kansas-Nebraska border where storm chaser Brandon Kopic is now. Now, one of the reasons that he decided to go south and missed out on the tornado earlier today is the feeling that there is still time for these storms further to the south to develop tornadoes before they kind of interact with the cold front that is moving through parts of the state tonight and begin to diminish the threat for tornadoes. So that is where he is right now. Right along the Kansas-Nebraska border, and he is simply just standing by as the storms come to him and monitoring them for any additional rotation. Right now, these are just severe thunderstorm warned storms, primarily for strong damaging winds and large hail, and you can see that wind picking up what appears to be some dust as well as clouds of precipitation being blown around by those winds within the storm. But at this time, no significant concern for rotation, but we will let you know if anything changes there or anywhere else. Now back to live First Alert radar, and we will come back up here to the viewing area, and there you see where the Omaha Metro is right now, just east of the radar site in Valley. So here you have the Omaha Metro area, and I'll go ahead and draw a line. I know a lot of you are wondering, well, what's going to happen here? Tornado watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. We do expect strong to severe thunderstorms to move through the area, especially after, say 8, maybe 9 o'clock this evening in the metro area. And one thing we can do here is if we point right here at downtown Omaha, towards the leading edge, right now these storms are anywhere from about 70 to 80 miles away from Omaha, and you hear, well, they're moving 35 to 55 miles per hour. They could be here pretty soon. Well, but if you take a look at the direction of the warnings and where these polygons are being drawn, the storms, for the most part, continue to move northeast. So while they may be moving at 35 to 55 miles per hour, that's not the speed they're taking towards Omaha. So it may take a little longer. In fact, none of these storms may affect Omaha. It may be storms that haven't even developed yet to our south and west. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this. We're going to continue streaming all night long as these storms roll through, just like we did last night, and let you know exactly what to expect as they do approach areas including Fremont, Wahoo, Takema, Blair, the Omaha Metro, Plattsmouth, and elsewhere. And we now have, we were talking about some rotation along the leading edge of that line, and now we have a tornado warning. There you see it at the bottom of your screen. This is for Colfax, Platte, and Stanton counties, a tornado warning. And let me just double check which type of tornado warning this is. This is a radar-indicated area of rotation that may be capable of producing a tornado 3 miles south of Humphrey or 15 miles north of Columbus, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So let's go right on to our wind speed detector. And yeah, there you see that has really tightened up here in the last just couple minutes. It's really hard to make out the rotation there because it's kind of on the leading edge of these storms. And so generally we see more of a shelf cloud situation with some rotation, but obviously there's enough spin just south of Humphrey right now that's kind of hard to ignore. And so the National Weather Service has issued this very narrow width tornado warning specifically for this area of rotation. Whoops. For this area of rotation right here. Right over Tarnov, just south. And there you see a much more stronger signature of rotation that we're going to be keeping an eye out on here, as that is a much clearer indicator of what we call gate-to-gate rotation. So we're going to zoom in pretty tight on this. There you see Creston, Highway 91, Highway 81. Anyone in this area, Lee, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning for a possibly developing tornado. I need to turn this off, and we're going to try this again. So just want to get some of the wind readings here. Definitely getting some pretty high numbers on the gate-to-gate shear, velocity approaching 84, 85 miles per hour. But the main concern is where you see these greens and blues and reds and pinks kind of intermingling with one another. That's what we call gate-to-gate shear. And that is a very clear indicator of some very tight rotation right here that could be either a tornado on the ground or a storm about to produce a tornado. And so Humphrey, Creston, Lee, Tarnov, I know you're kind of on the outside of this by now, but you still need to be in your shelter as this possible tornado is passing over Highway 81 right now and headed for the Highway 91 corridor near Creston, again, moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to stay on this tornado warning right now because this is the primary concern we have. If we zoom out, we still have the greater area here has considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts of between 60 and 70 miles per hour and the possibility of hail upwards of 1 3/4 inches in diameter. And now we have a much larger severe thunderstorm warning just issued. So let's go ahead and get that information for you because this is getting a little closer with Schuler and Colfax County, Clarkson, Howells, Lee, and Schuler. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1 3/4 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Severe thunderstorm warning for Colfax, Cumming, and Stanton counties until 7:15 this evening. Again, we really want to focus on this area now where we have a tornado warning in effect. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Just checking to see if we have any additional information from the National Weather Service. We do not. But this is going to be the main area of concern right now. As we are seeing some what we call gate-to-gate rotation. If we look at the debris detection, not really seeing anything here that would tell me that there's a tornado producing damage on the ground, but that's not the end-all tell-all. Really what we rely on are storm spotters in the area. And again, we're seeing some areas of rotation, again, pick up here. And the primary area of concern right now is right around this area you see here, south of Humphrey and Creston, a potential tornado on the ground. Moving to the northeast right now at about 45 miles per hour. So Creston, this will be on you very quickly, the Highway 91 corridor. Creston, you can expect this storm in literally a minute. So if you're joining us in and around the Creston area, you need to seek shelter now. A little further upstream in Lee, you can expect this storm in about 6 minutes. So you need to be getting ready and getting to your shelter right now as this possibly tornado-producing supercell is bearing down on your area right now. Again, we keep checking the debris detection, and we're not seeing much. We're really hopeful that this is leading-edge stuff where there may be a brief spin-up or two, but really the primary threat is more widespread straight-line winds. But the fact of the matter is you can't ignore when you see that tight rotation and the strong wind gusts. Again, green moving towards the radar. We're going to go ahead and zoom out here so you can see which direction that is. So there you see the radar site. Green is the wind moving towards the radar. Red is the wind moving away. So we have winds here. We have wind there moving away. And then you have these bright greens and blues of the winds moving towards the radar. So that's the general direction. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little tighter on this rotation area. And so you see where they're kind of coming together. Again, Here are the red winds, or the red color of the winds moving away from the radar, and the green indicating the winds moving towards the radar. We have very strong winds being detected right here on the back end of this rotation. That could be a sign of a stronger outflow. We're going to continue to monitor this and get the latest, and so we can get the latest, we're going to send you to Chief Meteorologist Matt Surrey right now in the studio for more on this tornado warning.
Red and green, almost lines right next to each other. We're not seeing any real tight notches inside this line. Potentially, this is what the Weather Service is looking at here. It doesn't look like a lot, but anytime you have this bowing line that's kind of pushing out and it's in the right location, you could get quick spin-ups with these types of setups. So let's put in a track here, and this is mainly going to be heading toward the city of Clarkson there as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So for Creston, Nebraska, to be clear, Creston, Nebraska, that tornado rotation is going to be near you by 6:44, Lee by 6:53, Clarkson 7:03, Howells at 7:13. So you still have probably about a half hour until this storm actually gets to you. And it looks like they just issued another tornado warning on the south side of it. Let's take a look at this. This is a new tornado warning issued for the south side of the storm. And once again, it's kind of the same thing where it's a tornado warning, it's radar indicated, but also for golf ball sized hail. And this one also goes until 7:15. So kind of just one big tornado warning there. And this is mainly going to be heading towards the cities of Clarkson, Howells, and Lee, there in northern Colfax and southern Stanton counties. Again, I just looked at the radar velocities with this, and it doesn't look like we're seeing much in the way of rotation. But anytime you have these kind of bright areas there on the leading edge of a line, you could get really quick spin-ups. And that's the type of thing we could be seeing with this, especially when you have a big line that's developing. Notice how it's not an individual storm. That's what we had about an hour ago as these developed west of the Columbus area. We had individual storms. Now we have a line, and that means it'll likely be moving quickly. It also means you can get these really quick spin-ups pretty much at any given time. So if you're in this warning, again, northern Colfax, southern Stanton counties, mainly Clarkson, Howells, and Lee. Remember tornado safety. Get into a building, get into the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. If you have a basement, fantastic. You want to stay away from windows and get into the most interior part of the house. Especially with something like this. It's not a classic tornado setup where you're going to be able, especially in the flatter open areas in this part of the state, you're not going to be able to see a tornado like this coming at you. Chances are it's going to be wrapped up in the rain, or at least embedded inside this leading edge of the thunderstorm. So it's not going to be the easiest to see. Here's the latest radar scan. And again, those blue areas there right over Highway 91, that could be where we're seeing rotation with this. Yeah, it's the Weather Service isn't putting out any reports. And let me tell you, there are a lot of storm chasers in eastern Nebraska tonight. So if we do have any tornadoes forming with these storms, chances are we're going to hear about it pretty quickly. So that's the northern edge of this line. And you can see if you're kind of downwind of this, downstream of this toward West Point, towards Scribner, yes, you're absolutely going to be seeing not only heavy rain, but also probably some gusty winds, some small hail and tornado potential here within the next hour. Farther south, there are still severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's get the information on these for parts of, that's Polk and York counties in our area. That's what we would be interested in. Again, golf ball sized hail with this storm around the Stromsburg area. And then farther south, in the Omaha Metro, and I know there are probably some people yelling, "Get off my TV, I want to watch baseball." This is what we're going to be watching in Omaha. And some good news out of this, but listen closely. It's been kind of messy across parts of southern Nebraska. We're not seeing those individual storms develop like what we saw in central Nebraska and now moving toward and north of Columbus. These storms that will eventually be moving toward Omaha really aren't coming together in a very organized way. Now, that's good. That means the tornado potential is lower. The chances of seeing big baseball-sized hail is a little bit lower. Our storm chances are not lower, though. If I put this into motion, you can see that these storms are still moving off to the north and east, and there's still plenty of time between where they are and Omaha where they could strengthen just a little bit more. So we are still watching that potential for severe weather pretty much across all of eastern Nebraska as we head into this evening. But the reason I'm jumping in right now is because we have these tornado warnings, and there's two warnings. Honestly, they probably should be taken as one, but these go until, come on, let's get that up there. Eventually it will go. I'm clicking too hard. There we go. 7:15 for parts of Colfax, Platte, and Stanton counties. But again, it's mainly, and I'll move this away from here so you can see the city of Clarkson, right along the Stanton-Colfax county line is where I'd probably say we have the best chance of seeing the rotation with this. I'll switch over to the wind mode, and it's still pretty linear. So at the very least, if there's no tornado with this, we could still be seeing some very strong winds. You can see the radar is picking up 66, 65 mile an hour winds. 65 mile an hour, so that's still enough to do some damage there as it moves right along Highway 91 heading toward the Clarkson area. I'll zoom out a little bit more. I'll put the hail mode on this because there have been embedded hail cores in here too. The hail potential is really not as strong as it was before. You can see about inch and a half size hail there south of Norfolk, inch and a quarter about around Humphrey, and then you get down toward the Platte River west of Columbus. It's about an inch and a half there. Yeah, that's thankfully it's not the biggest hail we've seen out of these storms, but we still have the potential to see some very big hail as these storms continue to move east this evening. I have meteorologist Bo Fogel here with me in the back. Bo, are you seeing any other reports with this storm?
Right now, no, I have not seen anything else.
No additional reports with this storm, and that's good to hear, because again, a lot of people had eyes on today and tomorrow for severe weather potential. A lot of chasers have moved into this part of the country, and they're going to be following pretty much any storm. So if we don't have any more reports with this storm, that's great news. But we still have kind of that Boeing line you see here, just about Stanton, getting into Clarkson right now. So if you are in Clarkson, I would make sure definitely away from the window. You don't want to be on the porch watching this storm move in. And because we do have that tornado warning, I would strongly recommend just going to your basement, riding this one out for about the next 10 to 15 minutes as the storm moves through. It is moving very quickly. Honestly, I would say it's moving a little bit quicker than what the warning said. Let me click on this real quick, and I want to see what the Weather Service had for the ground speed, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So yeah, it's absolutely booking it here as it moves toward the Clarkson area. So if you are in Clarkson, if you're in Lee, if you are in Howells, again, you want to be in your basement. There's I'll pop a few more storm or cities in on there so you can kind of see where we're talking about here, right along Highway 91. It's in Lee right now, just about to get into Clarkson. Howells, you probably have about another 10 minutes before you need to be, absolutely need to be in the basement here across parts of Stanton and Colfax County, kind of hugging that county line. So that's the storm that we're dealing with right now, and no additional reports, but again, a mean-looking line that at the very least is still going to be producing some really strong wind and some hail as it moves off to the east this evening. Let's see if I can get another track on this leading edge of it, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, it's over Lee right about now. In the next 5-ish minutes, it'll be through Lee. Clarkson will be over you in about 10 minutes. Howells, it'll be over you in about 20 minutes. And then outside of the warning, again, Wisner and West Point are not in this warning. This is kind of your first alert to when that line of storms will be moving toward you. It'll start to get into parts of central Cumming County by about 7:15 or so. And likely with some strong winds, likely with some heavy rain. But again, that tornado potential is there. The whole line, as you can see, I'll put it into motion here, moving off to the north and east. And there's going to be two separate areas to watch. This northern one formed into a line very quickly. If you were watching the news at 5 o'clock, I was talking about this storm as it was moving toward Columbus, and it was just one single storm, and it's very quickly formed into a big line. And then there's another cluster down to the south. And you can see they just issued another warning, new thunderstorm warning downstream of this, and that's some good news. So looks like the Weather Service is saying, okay, less of a tornado potential here, but we still have the potential for some pretty strong winds across parts of northeast Nebraska. So this is a big old warning. This goes until 7:45 for parts of Burt, Cumming. It does clip northern Dodge County and Thurston County. And this is for 70-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated 70-mile-an-hour winds, and about $0.5 size hail, so 1.5 inch size hail with that. Let's look at the winds. Again, I was talking about this before. As this was moving into Clarkson, moving through Lee, you're not seeing those red and greens right next to each other in the right way. Don't get me wrong. You're looking at this and you're saying, well, that's red and green right next to each other. It's in the wrong part of the storm. It's organized the wrong way. We don't really have, we're not seeing a notch where we had that rotation. So that's not the right type of red and green together. What we are seeing are those bright blues, which again, 65 to 70-mile-an-hour winds on the leading edge of this line as it's moving into Clarkson. I'll zoom out here so we can get a big track on this. And again, it's moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Let me see if they have a different speed on this.
Now they're saying up to 50.
Up to 50. Thank you, Bo.
Yep.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
moving fast.
This is going to be moving pretty quickly here. So let's put a line on this. And it's moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So we're going to go right to the edge. I'm going to have to, let me readjust that cone. That did not look right. Let me readjust that real quick. Yeah, that was, there we go. All right, let's draw that back on again. This is going to be moving to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Yeah, that looks about right. So you're going to get a whole lot of cities coming up here. Let's go one by one. It's over Clarkson in the next couple of minutes. Pilger by 6:51. Howells at 6:53. Wisner 6:58. Beamer 7:03. Going down to West Point at 7:10. Bancroft 7:18. Oakland 7:27. And all the way on the edge of this out toward the Missouri River there, Blackbird at 7:30. Now this is for 70-mile-an-hour winds and potentially up to 1.5 inch size hail. So they're moving away from tornado potential with this northern line of storms, but it's still going to be producing some pretty strong winds. So you don't need to go down to the basement exactly, but the recommendation with this is to get inside, absolutely, get away from windows, and make sure you keep monitoring the latest information as this storm moves through. Now, the 2 tornado warnings, they still continue, but again, when the Weather Service issues on the other side of them, and they're saying, oh, we're only concerned about winds now, yeah, you can see they trimmed it back. Let's get some more information here. So I
did get a report of pea-sized hail just north of that tornado warning. So
pea-sized hail just north of that.
Probably around the Staten up to east of Norfolk area.
East of Norfolk, around Stanton.
North of Staten, yeah.
Okay.
Staten, yeah.
So yeah, pea-sized hail. I'll look at the hail mode on this in just a second.
From various portions of Nebraska.
Have the tornado warnings in effect, and they go for another half hour. But I'll tell you, unless we start getting a couple of big hail reports here, I'll probably wrap up at least this part of the coverage, even though there are 2 tornado warnings. Even the Weather Service, and I told you I didn't see much in the way of rotation, the Weather Service also agreeing with that because farther northeast of there, they're not continuing the tornado warnings. If there was a higher tornado potential with that, they'd say, oh yeah, we're going to keep the tornado warning going. But it's transitioning more toward strong wind across that part of the storm. And the hail reports, Bo mentioned that we saw, we got the hail report near Stanton.
Stanton, yes.
Of pea-sized hail.
Yeah, there you go. Like a little bit further north, just north of Stanton. Sorry if I said that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Incorrectly.
But there is the, if I'll go to hail potential and click on that, you can see about an inch-size hail with the blue. So even though we got that pea-size hail report before the storm actually came in, I bet we could see maybe up to 1 inch size hail with that storm in Stanton. There's the leading edge of the northern line. And also another way you can kind of see where we have the hail on the radar. If you have, the First Alert 6 weather app and you've been looking at the radar on your phone, those purple cores also good indication of where we have either heavy rain or the potential for a little bit of hail. And that's probably what we're seeing right there. The wind, yeah, once again, we got a new radar scan here, and I'll show you. Getting into Clarkson right now, we have a little bit of red next to the green and the blue. It looks pretty contaminated. That's not a tornado signature right there. It isn't. It's just really, really strong winds. And again, the winds with this coming through Clarkson right now,
they're picking up. I have
they're
Clarkson camera up right now, and oh my goodness, yeah, the winds are really picking up. Some road signs are like really blowing really hard from the wind. I mean, they're kind of almost tilted.
Do you want to take that? If we have that in the booth, take the NDOT camera. In a second, we'll show you what Bo was talking about here with the winds that are moving into Clarkson right now. Again, they're under the tornado warning, but
if you look down in the left corner, you can see that sign just
exactly.
Really, and this is about 4 miles east of Clarkson. I'm unsure where it's facing. I think it's facing to the west or northwest.
I'm going to guess the brighter sky in that direction, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see the road sign kind of flapping around in the breeze there. At least, even if you look out into the distance, the trees aren't really getting bent over in any significant way, so it's some good news there. But that's what we're seeing on this line of storms as it's moving into the Clarkson area. This is that was along Highway 91, correct, Bo?
Yes.
Highway 91. Okay.
Highway 91 and Highway 15. Yes.
Okay. So that's what we have right now. We have the tornado warnings that go until 7:15, but truly, I could see these getting dropped within the next couple of minutes. As long as we have them up on our screen, I'll stay with them here because I think that's just a good policy to set as we go through the rest of the night, that I will be with you through any tornado warnings that develop across parts of eastern Nebraska. Again, just to give you the big picture, the Omaha Metro, these are the storms that we're going to be watching for Omaha. It's going to be across parts of southeast Nebraska coming out of the Kansas area. And you can see there is one tornado warning with that just coming over the Kansas border. So I did mention that our tornado potential, at least based on how these storms have developed, the tornado potential might be a little bit lower, especially along and south of I-80. That would be great news. The storm potential is not zero. We're still going to deal with not only storms that have heavy rainfall. I'll switch on the lightning here, and probably you'll see a lot of lightning with these. Actually, wow. I'm guessing that just might be our radar. I'll bet I put it on a loop. We're going to start to see all that lightning come in. There we go. There, now we're on the trolley here. You can see all that lightning starting to fill in. So yes, one cluster of storms with a lot of lightning down to our south, another one off to our north. So you will definitely hear these storms before they arrive. But with all that lightning, with that storm down to the south, we still have the hail potential. So remember, we still have the potential for some big storms in the Omaha Metro as we go through tonight. But now it looks like, okay, one tornado warning is done. I'll zoom in here once again. And we're just left with that one kind of on the south side of Clarkson. So Clarkson, you are in the clear as far as tornadoes go. There we go. There's the other one disappearing as well. All right, so quick reset here, and that will get you back to baseball. So we have this line of storms across northeast Nebraska likely producing wind gusts between 60 and 70 miles an hour and potentially 1 to 1.5 inch sized hail. If we get any additional reports of wind damage through cities, big hail, we will jump back in. These storms farther to the southwest are the ones to watch in Omaha. And they just issued one, that thunderstorm warning that includes parts.
Nick Weigbeck here with you as Matt is beginning to wrap up our coverage here in the our viewing area. I want to draw your attention to south central Nebraska, where Brandon Kopic is live. There is a tornado emergency now in effect. A tornado emergency has been issued for the community of Hebron. Hebron. Tornado emergency now in effect for Hebron. This is right along the Kansas-Missouri border. You're looking at a live picture from storm chaser Brandon Kopic, who is in the vicinity of this tornado emergency. A tornado emergency means that a tornado is bearing down. A destructive large tornado has been observed in or near the town of Hebron, 22 miles north of Belleville, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Again, this is a tornado emergency, a very serious situation unfolding near the Nebraska-Kansas border here. And so we wanted to take this shot from storm chaser Brandon Kopic as he is on this storm right now. Again, this is near the town of Hebron, where a tornado emergency has been declared. I'm going to go ahead and put this in a box now with our first alert radar, and you can see there's the red tornado warning box and then a purple tornado emergency. That is because it was determined that a large destructive tornado was moving into the town of Hebron. This is a very serious situation. Anybody in that area, you should be in your safe place right now. This is a tornado emergency. This is as serious of a warning as the National Weather Service will ever issue. A tornado emergency in effect for the community of Hebron. This is then bearing down on the areas of Alexandria and Gilead. And right now, as you can see from storm chaser Brandon Kopic, a lot of wind in that area. Not seeing it appeared we were seeing some rotation earlier, but can't really make out the tornado. Obviously, many of these storms are extremely rain-wrapped. Hebron is a community of nearly 1,400 people now under a tornado emergency. A very serious situation that we're showing you on the side of your screen right now. And yeah, we're getting an indication here. This is what's called the correlation coefficient. It's sort of a debris detector, and that right there is indicative of possible debris being kicked up into the air by a tornado right now. So this is, again, the area of Hebron in south central Nebraska. This is west, I believe, of Fairbury, but a tornado emergency has been declared. So if you know anybody in that area or in the surrounding area, they need to be in a shelter right now. This is as serious of a warning as the National Weather Service can issue, and it should never be taken lightly. Rarely are tornado emergencies issued. They're only issued when a tornado is almost assuredly going to hit a community, and that is unfortunately what may be or just have occurred in southern Nebraska tonight. So a tornado emergency remains in effect for Hebron in south central Nebraska. This is west of Beatrice. We're hoping to keep this signal with storm chaser Brandon Kopic as this tornado emergency has been issued. Again, this is a live picture in the Hebron area. I'm trying to determine exactly where near Hebron he is. It looks like he is near the Hebron Municipal Airport. And obviously, any tornado on the ground right now, if it is on the ground, is very obscured by rain. We call those rain-wrapped tornadoes. But it's pretty clear by everything, both the moisture and the dust being kicked up in the area, that there is a very significant rotation in this area. And there was a confirmed tornado either in or near Hebron that led the National Weather Service to issue this tornado emergency. There you see that tornado emergency has been a little bit fine-tuned here. We're going to switch over to the velocity scan. There you see the area of rotation. And as we were showing you the debris detector, that little area of yellow right over or east of Hebron could be a sign of debris that was kicked up into the air. That is where storm chaser Brandon Kopic is bringing us these live pictures right along the Nebraska-Kansas border. This is west of Fairbury, but again, a very significant signature on radar suggesting that a large destructive tornado may have hit the community of Hebron and has led the National Weather Service to issue this tornado warning. Now, again, this is coming from, I believe, the Hastings radar site. So this is the wind moving away from the radar. This is the wind moving towards the radar. And so the green right now is what we would call the inflow into the storm, and it remains extremely strong. And as we're seeing those outflow winds moving away from the radar on presumably the south side of any possible tornado, certainly still a lot of energy being fed into this circulation right now. And so another reason why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado emergency. All right. Well, real quickly here, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning we need to tell you about. So we're going to get you that information right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 7:45 for areas of Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties. This does include the communities of Bellwood, Columbus, Duncan, and Schuyler. The primary threats are 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties. This storm is moving rather quickly to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. These storms are moving towards Schuyler, Schuyler, North Bend, and ultimately Scribner and Fremont. So a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties. All right. Let's go back to the situation you see live on the left side of your screen. A tornado emergency now in effect after a potential large tornado hit the community of Hebron. See if we've got an update from the National Weather Service here. It looks like we just got one. A tornado warning remains in effect until 7:30 for East Central Thayer County. A tornado emergency remains in effect for Hebron. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Hebron, 20 miles west of Fairbury, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency. This is a dangerous situation. People in this tornado warning need to take shelter now. As you can see from Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic, if this tornado is still on the ground, it is extremely rain-wrapped. Visibility is very poor with the circulation. You can see it there on the radar is embedded in all of that heavy rain. But again, a large and destructive tornado has been observed over the town of Hebron. We don't know the extent of the damage there. Again, this is a community of about 1,400 people that may have just taken a direct hit from a large tornado. And a very serious situation now unfolding for the community of Hebron. Gilead and Alexandria next in the path of this tornado-warned storm. We don't have an update yet on whether this is a tornado that is still on the ground. At last report, the tornado made a direct hit on Hebron, and it was described as a large and destructive tornado. In the midst of all this, we're getting an update on the tornado watches that were issued from the Storm Prediction Center. They say severe wind and hail remain a concern with ongoing storms over eastern Nebraska. Focus corridors of severe wind with isolated tornadoes may accompany mature Boeing segments. So we are beginning that transition to a strong damaging wind event. But as you just saw Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe showing us with the tornado warnings in our viewing area that have now been canceled, it is often the case where there are brief tornado spin-ups on the leading edge of destructive wind-producing storms, and that is apparently what had triggered those tornado warnings, which have now been canceled or allowed to expire. The only tornado warning in Nebraska right now is in Thayer County in south central Nebraska, and we're focusing in on this because Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is on this storm where a tornado emergency has been issued after a large and destructive tornado may have hit the town of Hebron. Again, this is a community about 1,400, roughly 20 miles or so west of Fairbury, and this storm is moving to the east now at 25 miles per hour. Now, Fairbury, which was hit particularly hard by the severe thunderstorms yesterday with large hail, strong damaging winds, and intense rain, you are now in the path of this tornado-producing storm. So there is no warning for Fairbury right now, but if you know anybody in that area, they need to make sure they know what's going on because there is a tornado emergency just 20 miles away. We can certainly hope that this tornado has lifted and will not return, that this storm will not produce another tornado, but again, it has apparently happened in the town of Hebron that a significant situation has unfolded tonight, and we're waiting to hear any updates on what may have occurred there. Switching over to the velocity scans, there you see the area of rotation. Hopefully this is a little bit broader. Maybe this is a sign that the tornado has lifted, but you cannot take that chance. This is still very strong rotation in Thayer County right there. And anywhere in that area, there could be a tornado on the ground right now. We're going to take a look at the what's called the correlation coefficient, not really getting an indication of any debris in the air. I want to run this back as it passed over Hebron. And this was the signature that gave us the serious concern. This was when the tornado emergency was issued, and that is an indicator that there may have been a direct hit on the community of Hebron as this debris-producing tornado rolled right through town. The official report from the National Weather Service is that a large and destructive tornado was directly over Hebron, again, about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So a very serious situation. This tornado emergency, that smaller polygon you see shaded in purple, will continue here for about another 30 minutes until 7:30 as this storm continues to move to the east at 25 miles per hour. There you see the live picture from storm chaser Brandon Kopic as he's getting out ahead of the precipitation. And you can see sort of that UFO shape in the upper part of his screen. Let me see if I can bring that up a little bit bigger here. There we go. So obviously he's fighting some light issues as it's very dark in this area. But again, you can see kind of that rounded shape in the cloud ahead of that wall of water and wind that he's trying to outrun right now. That is the area where there could be a rain-wrapped tornado moving through Thayer County right now. And that is why, as you see on the bottom of your screen, there is a tornado emergency in effect for the community of Hebron and points east for the storm that has apparently produced a large and destructive tornado in the community of Hebron is moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Next in the path of this storm is Gilead, Alexandria, and potentially Fairbury, although I'm holding out hope that this will go north of Fairbury if it maintains its intensity. But right now, a very serious situation unfolding near Hebron, where a tornado warning and now a tornado emergency has been issued for this area after an apparent direct hit by a tornado on the community of Hebron in south central Nebraska. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on this, as well as the warnings going on in our area. But I want to stay on this picture a little while longer because this is a very serious situation unfolding. I know it's not in our viewing area, but obviously very concerning signs right now in that area. This is a live picture from storm chaser Brandon Kopic, who is moving east of Hebron right now, where a tornado emergency has been issued for a large and destructive tornado that hit that town about 10 or so minutes ago. And you can see that leading edge of the storm. You can see what normally we would say is a shelf cloud on the leading edge there, but that wall behind it of wind and water, and we only know what else, as there were clear indications of a direct hit on Hebron, and the National Weather Service getting reports from the ground that the tornado made a direct hit on Hebron. We certainly hope that that is not true, but again, all indications are a devastating situation has unfolded in or near Hebron, as a tornado may have struck the community of 1400 in Thayer County. All right, just checking in with storm chaser Brandon Kopic. He is passing through the town of Gilead right now. That's what you're seeing on your screen as he is passing through the community there. We're going to keep an eye on this feed. I'm going to go ahead and leave it up here on a portion of your screen, and we're going to keep an eye on what is happening down there. Okay. As we continue to monitor that situation, let's go ahead and give you a look at the bigger picture here. I know everybody is wondering about the Omaha Metro, so I'm going to give you an update on that. This is the last hour. There you see all of the severe thunderstorm warnings. This main line is largely going to pass to the north of the metro area, but now we're watching new development. As you see on your screen, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for a new cell that has just begun to pop up Let's roll this back. Take a look at that. You can see the cell just kind of rolling along, and now we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get you the information on this one. This is bearing down on the area of Fremont here over the next hour or 45 minutes or so. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Saunders County, northwestern Saunders County until 7:45. This includes the communities of Cedar Bluffs, Morse Bluff, Prague, and Valparaiso. The primary threats are 1.5-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour. Prague, thank you. I come from Iowa. We call Nevada, Nevada. So I totally understand it. It is not Prague, it is Prague. Thank you. I'll get these eventually, folks. Again, on the left side of your screen, you're looking at a live picture from storm chaser Brandon Kopic in south central Nebraska, Thayer County, where a tornado emergency has been declared in and east of Hebron. He has just exited the town of, oh, excuse me, I've lost the name here. But he is about 10 miles east of Hebron right now, and there you see the tornado-producing storm. And again, this is a clear reminder that if you are in the path of this storm, it is not worth it to go out and look. You are not going to see this tornado. It is rain-wrapped. This is the very definition of rain-wrapped right now in south central Nebraska. So please, if you're in this area, you need to seek shelter immediately. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out. We want to focus on some of these warnings here in our area now, as this is inching ever so closer to the metro area tonight. There you see we have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the northern part of our viewing area. This is for Burt, Cumming, Dodge, and Thurston counties, including the communities of Pender, Tacoma, West Point, and Winnebago for 1 3/4-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning because of the threat for large hail. And you see that update at the bottom of your screen of another severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for several counties until 7:45. The time is getting away from me. So, very large thunderstorm warning, primarily for large hail, but we're getting these signs from these thunderstorms, and I want to switch over to the velocity here, and you can see what we're talking about. We see these bright greens right on the leading edge of the thunderstorms. That is an indicator, other than those brief spin-ups we saw earlier, that we're beginning to see this bowing structure to these storms, and we're going to see more straight line winds come out of this. And if it can maintain itself, this may make its way into portions of the Omaha metro. And of course, if that happens, the rest of the First Alert 16 will be joining us for additional coverage as this pushes through the metro area over the next couple of hours. But again, this is why we have had a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. You can see that the westernmost counties have been dropped from this. But for the Omaha metro area, the Lincoln metro area now, as a severe thunderstorm approaches that area, we just have a line of severe thunderstorms north and south through eastern Nebraska bearing down on the metro area. So we will be dealing with this for a while now. And again, on the left side of your screen, we are keeping an eye out on storm chaser Brandon Kopic way down in Thayer County, where a tornado emergency was declared for a tornado that apparently has struck the community of Hebron. It looks like that tornado emergency has now been allowed to expire. So some good news there. Now the question remains, there is a tornado warning that remains in effect. This is for radar indicated rotation. So hopefully that is confirmation that this tornado has most assuredly lifted, and the threat is still there that a new tornado could form. But for people in Alexandria and Gilead, you still need to seek shelter, as a tornado could develop at any time. But again, the tornado emergency has been canceled, and now, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and learn what may have happened in Thayer County tonight, as apparently a community has taken a direct hit from a large and destructive tornado. All right, we're going to keep an eye on storm chaser Brandon Kopic to the south, but now we're going to turn our attention back to our neck of the woods. As we zoom back out here, you can see that line of severe thunderstorms making its way through eastern Nebraska. Tornado watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock, but again, right now we are focusing in on still an isolated tornado threat, but the primary threats remain a large hail and also the potential for some very strong damaging winds as this line continues to develop. As soon as we left the area of Thayer County, we have a new tornado warning now in effect for that area, and this does impact the far southwestern portion of our viewing area. Ironically, it impacts the community of Western. So a new tornado warning, a radar-indicated tornado warning, has been issued for northern Jefferson County and south central Saline County until 8 o'clock this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is over Alexandria, or 14 miles northwest of Fairbury, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Besides the possibility of a developing tornado, ping pong ball sized hail is also possible in relation to the storm. So a tornado warning now in effect until 8 o'clock for northern Jefferson and south central Saline counties for the potential of a developing tornado or up to ping pong ball sized hail. Now, let's come back up closer to the metro area now and get an update on all of the severe thunderstorms in our neck of the woods. There you see the severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect just west of Wahoo, stretching down to Lincoln and Seward, down to Wilbur. And then considerable severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the area to our north into Kama, West Point, and Scribner. This is an area where they're also concerned about large hail. The hail cores have diminished quite a bit, but there's still some large hail being detected up there. And then on top of that, some growing wind gusts on the leading edge of these storms. So let's take a look at West Point right now, where that leading edge is bearing down. And if we take a quick look at the hail scan, or excuse me, at the wind scans, we're getting a little bit of a kind of a muffled view here, but still getting some indications of winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour on the leading edge of these storms. And so not only is the threat of large hail there, but widespread wind gusts capable of producing damage over a significant area at any given time. So by my count, we have, my goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 warnings now in effect. 9 of those in our viewing area right now. Almost all severe thunderstorm warnings, with the exception of a tornado warning just west of Beatrice now, for a storm that has a history of producing a large destructive tornado. Right now, this is radar indicated rotation, and we do have a storm chaser in that area right now, entering Saline County. And we've been keeping an eye on storm chaser Brandon Kopic's feed tonight, showing us some incredible pictures just a few moments ago as he was passing through the area of that tornado emergency. But right now, looks like he's getting out ahead of the storm and continuing to see how it manifests itself over the next couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on him as we now have that tornado warning for areas just west of Beatrice in southeastern Nebraska. There you see some of the images that he's seeing live right now in that tornado-warned storm as it continues to move off to the east-northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. All right, back out live now to First Alert Radar as we're continuing to monitor this outbreak of severe thunderstorms and at times tornado-producing storms. We have had at least 2 communities in Nebraska take some pretty significant hits from large tornadoes, and a very unfortunate situation now as we're going to see that tornado count continue to climb after we get some updated information down south. We're also keeping an eye on our friends at KOLN in Lincoln, who are also monitoring this storm system and have been on top of these tornado warnings and tornado emergencies, and we'll continue to check in with our friends down there for any updates on what may have happened tonight in that area of Nebraska. So a lot of coverage out there tonight, both in the studio and in the field, as storm chasers are out tonight, keeping an eye out for any additional development. We are also monitoring other parts of the area as well as these storms are approaching the metro area. As they get closer to the metro area, we will activate our CityCam network to give you live views from across the area of exactly what's going on. And we will continue to do so as these storms continue to roll through our area. There you see in the upper left portion of your screen that updated tornado report has come into the Storm Prediction Center. I want to see if this is our new one. Let me double check our reports here. Yes, it was the The tornado was first spotted 2 miles south-southwest of Hebron in Thayer County. A family member of a National Weather Service employee is the one that called it in, and that is what led to the tornado emergency. Again, we have no indication yet whether this was this did make a direct hit on Hebron or not. We're still working to get information on that. As for some of the other parts of our area we're keeping an eye on tonight, the Lincoln-Lancaster Emergency Management now reporting nickel-sized hail 2 miles northwest of Malcolm as part of a severe thunderstorm warned storm there in Lancaster County. Stanton County Emergency Management reporting no power in town in Bancroft and showing some rotation. Spotted a lowering heading towards Bancroft. Bancroft Fire personnel reporting that. They're now saying that it was not a lowering, but the dust from the wind. And you've seen that in Brandon Kopick's live pictures from time to time, that as we get these gusty winds on the leading edge of these storms, they kick up a lot of dust. And mixing that with the rain, it kind of looks like what could be a wall cloud. And sometimes that's mistaken for a wall cloud. And in fact, it's just a gust of wind kicking up dust and moisture. So no tornado in the Bancroft area, but power remains out there. Again, that coming from Bancroft, Stanton County Emergency Management there with that report. Right now, the only tornado warning that is in effect right now is the one expiring in Thayer County, and the new tornado warning for Jefferson and Saline counties. This is a radar-indicated tornado. We do have a storm chaser in that area, storm chaser Brandon Kopick, and we continue to keep tabs on him. We're also keeping tabs, especially on this large considerable severe thunderstorm warning, now including Tacoma and points west, as we're getting some indications along this line of severe thunderstorms that it's trying to bow out a little bit and potentially produce a little more in terms of some strong damaging straight line winds. We have not seen the hail cores really intensify at all, although hail does remain a threat. You could see hail upwards of 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter. But again, really keeping an eye on some of these intensifying wind gusts in portions of these storms as we're taking a look at our various scans across the area here from the Omaha NexRad radar over in Valley. And we're seeing some additional gusty winds west of Scribner, just northeast of Schuyler. And so right now, these winds should pass to the north of the Omaha metro area. That's the good news, but here's the bad news. There are more storms to the south and west, also capable of producing some strong gusty winds, and these are, at least for now, on a path for the Omaha metro area. So we will be keeping an eye out on all of those as we continue to move deeper into the evening hours tonight. As the storms do get closer to the Omaha area, we will be activating our CityCam network to give you live views. This is real quickly, this is a live view from our building here at the Blackstone Plaza in downtown Omaha, looking to the west. Still looks a little pretty. Storms are still well off to the west there, so actually that's looking off to the east. We're going to get that camera spun around, and then we'll come back to that one. I got to get that camera spun around. But again, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. I'm going to go ahead and zoom the picture out here, and we're going to get some of our stuff reset. And then we will be back with you here in just a moment. And good evening once again. Nick Weig here with you as we are continuing to monitor the track of these storms moving through the area. A couple of new warnings issued on the north side of the metro area. There you see that narrow tornado warning that has been issued as it's just crossing across the river into Iowa. This is a tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado for Woodbury and Dakota County. Until 8:15, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Salix or 15 miles south of Sioux City, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We also have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued for, get ready, Monona, Harrison, Burt, Cumming, Washington, Dodge, and Thurston counties until 8:15 for a severe thunderstorm extending along a line 4 miles southwest of Salix to near Macy to 3 miles northwest of Ewing, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the primary threat. So a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued. This does include Tacoma. It includes right along and just north of Blair and west of Woodbine here in the First Alert 6 viewing area. Those are the latest warnings that have been issued. For the metro area, right now we're in the clear, but we are monitoring these severe thunderstorms moving up from Lincoln right now. These have the potential of impacting the metro area here within the next hour or two, and so we're going to be keeping an eye on them. Let's go ahead and go back now to First Alert live Doppler radar, and we'll zoom in on the greater metro area. There you see this line of showers and thunderstorms really beginning to coalesce over by Wahoo, Fremont, and Lincoln. But again, right now they continue to move off to the northeast. So these are not the storms that we believe are going to be impacting most of the metro area. There you see some very, some fainter hail core signatures. The severe thunderstorm warning in the Lincoln area has been allowed to expire. We'll see if they issue a new one here. But the other threat that we're keeping an eye on, other than the large potential for large hail, is some very strong wind gusts. As these storms are becoming what we call outflow dominant, that is when the tornado risk begins to ease off, and we begin growing concerned about strong damaging straight line winds. Now, well, actually, here we go. This is a warning for the metro area. Now for portions of the metro area. So let's take you to that now. There you see Elkhorn and northern parts of Omaha now under a severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Washington counties until 8:15 this evening. Blair, Fremont, Platte, Wahoo, Elkhorn, you are all in this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll likely be taking you to Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey in just a moment. Before we do that, we do have a tornado warning that remains in effect in far southern Iowa, and we've been keeping an eye on storm chaser Brandon Kopic, who is live in that area right now. And he is on the leading edge of this tornado-warned storm that is impacting areas south of Lincoln, southwest of Wilbur. This is a storm that did produce a large tornado that may have done extensive damage to the community of Hebron. There was a large tornado reported there. And so storm chaser Brandon Kopic is on the ground in southern Nebraska, keeping an eye on that tornado-warned storm for us as it is approaching the Wilbur area. So we wanted to keep you advised on that as we are now beginning to turn our attention without any new information on that storm to the Omaha metro area, as we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of the metro. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, there does not appear any significant threat for tornadoes. The primary threat is going to be large hail and strong damaging winds. And now you see the rest of the Omaha metro area placed under another severe thunderstorm warning. This one stretching from Lincoln all the way to the Omaha metro, right along the I-80 corridor. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 this evening for Cass, Douglas, Lancaster, and Sarpy counties, including the communities of Bellevue, Lincoln, Omaha, and Papillion. So with the exception of Council Bluffs, the entire Omaha metro area is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We're going to be taking you live to Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey here in just a moment for the very latest on this new severe thunderstorm warning for the Omaha metro.
And Saunders County, this goes until 8:15, and it's for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, observed winds. The way the National Weather Service described this is scattered wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour. The second severe thunderstorm warning, and this includes basically a lot of Sarpy County. This goes until 8:30. Again, this is the southern warning here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for parts of Cass, Douglas, Lancaster, and Sarpy counties. So by and large, put those two together, over the next 45 minutes, we will see this line of storms move to the east across the Omaha metro, sporadically producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, producing up to 1-inch hail. And there is still the potential. I look at all these little notches in here. The tornado potential is low. It's not zero, though, so I can't completely rule that out. So it's time to sit down and just pay attention to the weather as it starts to move into the Omaha metro. Let's take a look at how this is going to move across. I'll kind of put a track on the leading edge of this, moving off to the north and east. And these are hauling. These are moving at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So here are all the arrival times. 7:35 getting into Waverly, Ashland and Greenwood between about 7:40 and 7:45. Waterloo 7:48, 7:51 in Elkhorn, 7:57 Millard, 8 o'clock in Springfield, 8:05 La Vista, and getting into Omaha proper, basically downtown, midtown Omaha by about 8:11. That's when you can expect that line of storms. The hail with this, the hail cores, zoom out a little bit more. You can see that maybe, I'll zoom back in, maybe, especially on the southern side of this storm, just getting into Lincoln, Ceresco right now, that hail potentially about a 1/2 inch to 1 inch, so around penny-sized hail with that storm right now. Now, farther to the southwest, I'll mention this, we do have a new tornado warning that just got issued, and I want to kind of investigate this really quick because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes across parts of southern Nebraska. So tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning for parts of Gage, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Saline counties. That goes until 8:15. We will let our Lincoln sister station focus on that one. If we start getting damage reports out of that, I'll start coming back to it just a little bit more. But again, we have the two metro severe thunderstorm warnings. The northern one goes until 8:15, the southern one goes until 8:30. So at the very least, the next 45 minutes, we will be dealing with storms moving across parts of the Omaha metro. And again, zooming out here, that's the southern edge of this line of storms. The northern line of storms, that also is producing a lot of severe weather. And there's one tornado warning that just moved out of Winnebago, out of our viewing area. But we still have this severe thunderstorm warning for the northern parts of our viewing area, and that includes Burt, Dodge, Northern Dodge, Harrison, Monona counties. That goes until 8:15. And the wind speed, I really think the winds are going to be the major issue with this line as it pushes through. 60-mile-an-hour winds. You see the hail size listed as golf ball. If I switch over to the hail mode, there are just very sporadic hail reports on the northern edge of this storm. And you can see maybe one just south of West Point, one just south of Scribner. But again, the hail, at least on radar right now, maybe 1/2 inch with that line of storms off to our north. It's mostly going to be the wind speeds with this. If I zoom out a little bit, you can see that we have the potential, some of those brighter colors there just to the west of Fremont. So should be getting a good report there from Christensen Field on the north side of Fremont. 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, at least based on radar. I'll zoom in here. So I saw a little bit of a notch. There might be just the slightest bit of a notch developing north of Fremont. So heads up toward the Nickerson area that if there were going to be any type of rotation with this storm, I would put it right about there. And you can see as the new radar scan comes in, it kind of disappears. But around the Fremont area, just west of Fremont, there's your 60-mile-an-hour winds on radar. And we could easily be seeing wind gusts around 60 miles an hour on this entire line of storms as it pushes in. I'll zoom out a little bit more. I'll keep it on the wind speed here just to show you we're not seeing the rotation, the reds and the greens right next to each other, very tightly packed, or the bright reds or the bright greens. So in the Omaha metro, this is likely just going to be some very gusty winds and the potential for a little bit of hail. I look down toward Lincoln, and the radar beam's a little higher up around the Lincoln area, but that's still showing maybe 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts moving through Lincoln. And that would be the storm that's going to be heading toward Sarpy and Cass County. You can kind of see, I'm going to zoom in here. You can kind of see how this storm, it's bowing out right here. That's the leading edge of some very, very strong winds just getting through Lincoln. So I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to put this on a loop so you can see where this is moving. Everything's moving off to the northeast, kind of racing now at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So it's getting into Lincoln right now along I-80. That's going to be a rough drive coming up here for the next half hour or so. Between Lincoln and about Ashland, you're going to be getting those wind gusts potentially between 60 and 70 miles an hour, eventually crossing the Platte River and getting into Sarpy County. I would say probably by about 7:55 or so at the absolute latest. What do you got for me? Thank you. That is Zane in my ear, correct? Thank you, Zane. Our producer Zane helping us out. Sydney Babb, our reporter, is out in Ashland right now. This is where we put her to kind of follow the storm so they move into the Omaha metro. And you can see that shelf cloud. Oh, the leading edge of that storm. Very photogenic. So at the very least, if you are a photography nerd, a weather nerd, got this coming into the Omaha metro, but you can really see that nice structure there, the leading edge of these very strong winds, and they are right outside the Ashland area. And this is what we're going to be seeing with this storm. You can kind of diagnose everything. You can see the sheets of rain coming in behind it and the very big shelf cloud. Do we have Sydney live with us right now? Or is she mic'd up? Can she hear me? Because I'd love to hear what else she's seeing with this storm. Zane, do we have her live?
Yep.
Sydney, do you want to go ahead and tell us what you're seeing with the storm as it's moving into the Ashland area?
Yeah, Matt, I'm here right now. We just headed this way towards Ashland from Omaha. Probably it took us about 30 minutes to get here, and we've just kind of been circling Ashland for the last, I'd say, 15 minutes, and we're watching this huge storm right ahead of us move towards the Omaha metro area. I'd say we're maybe a half a mile west of Ashland. We know that this storm is probably going to hit the main downtown area in, I'd say, 15 minutes, but lots of lightning. I was actually kind of laughing. We saw like a little kid on a trampoline earlier, and they saw the lightning. The second they saw it, they started running inside. We've seen people leaving work downtown. I mean, this lightning is basically not stopping. It's pretty continuous. Our plan right now is to, in a minute, turn around because I'm hearing some thunder now. We haven't seen any rain yet. I think we had a single raindrop that hit our windshield, but I'm guessing the second that this gets to us, it's gonna probably hit pretty hard. Again, if you can see, the lightning here is basically continuous, nonstop. Like I said, our plan right now is to head from Ashland towards the Gretna area. That's probably, it's going to make that line towards the Omaha metro. So we're just going to try and stay ahead of this storm so that we can keep an eye on how it's looking, how the road conditions are for you guys. I would not recommend driving around too much right now. I think right now is a good time to start heading home. If you are on the roads, I think home is probably the best place that you can be at this point. But I don't know if you just saw that lightning strike ahead of us. Again, it's continuous. It is not stopping at all. But yeah, we'll get you back to Matt so he can kind of tell you what's coming.
Thank you very much, Sydney. And yeah, I think Gretna is going to be a great place to go. Head up I-80. Make sure you stay out ahead of this line of storms. Again, we're not seeing any rotation with that storm, but as Sydney was mentioning, lots of lightning with this, which is another good reminder that if you've been, I've been trying to tell people all afternoon, get out and make sure you enjoy the last parts of your weekend. But as soon as this line develops, you got to head inside. Now's the time to head inside. Got all the way until 7:45 on a nice, almost summer-like evening, albeit a little windy of an evening in Omaha. But now we're going to start to see this line pushing in. And we have two distinct little Boeing segments that are going to be pushing into the Omaha metro. One's going to be going kind of north toward about Elkhorn and Bennington, and this other one's going to go pretty much south, kind of paralleling I-80 there into Sarpy County. And we have had reports, meteorologist Bo Fogel just told me that they did have a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust report with this line as it pushed through Lincoln. So we could easily see wind gusts between 60 and 70 miles an hour. And I want to applaud if the parents, for some reason, the parents of that kid jumping on the trampoline, if you're watching, good job in educating that kid. When you see lightning like this, when you hear thunder like that, you get inside. always sage advice, and it's good to see the next generation kind of taking that up. Let's take a look at the hail potential. I see one tiny little hail core with this. If I zoom in, this is south of Wahoo. This is right along the Saunders and Lancaster County line, so right over Ceresco. If I pick that out, you can see hail right around 1 inch. So we still could see at least a little bit of hail with this storm as it moves in. But by and large, there are those 2 Boeing segments. Yep, this is probably going to be a wind producer in Omaha. Down to the southwest, we still have that tornado warning. Haven't had any additional reports of that, but we're keeping an eye. The Weather Service also keeping a close eye on that thunderstorm in southern Lancaster County. And then on the north side, once again, that is now an observed tornado that just moved out of the Winnebago area across Woodbury County in Iowa. But for our concerns, we have the severe thunderstorm warning across parts of Monona, Harrison, Burt, and Dodge counties until about 8:15. So that's the northern line that's pushing through. And I'm going to take that off real quick. Zoom in. I see one kind of Boeing line. So chances are for the remainder of the evening, you're going to hear me talk about these Boeing lines that are pushing through. One just between Fremont and Scribner, kind of around the Nickerson area, right along the Elkhorn River there. That's probably where we have some pretty strong winds. And yeah, you can kind of see the reds and the greens. That's when you have lines like that, that's where we have the winds blowing out of the thunderstorm, and that's likely where we're seeing those 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, once again, moving toward the Blair area. So again, these are all moving pretty quickly. I'll put a track on this storm as it moves off to the east at about 55 miles an hour. So over the next half hour or so, these are the storms. Again, this is the one north of the Omaha area, kind of northern Dodge County, heading into northern Washington County. Talbasta at 7:47, Arlington 7:49, Kennard by about 7:57, Blair, give or take, 8 o'clock, so about 15 minutes before those strong winds get toward Blair, and then crossing over the Missouri River, getting to Mount Damon by about 8:10, and Missouri Valley by 8:15. So that's the arrival times of probably some wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. The hail, probably not so much. This is all going to be about pea to dime-sized hail with this storm across parts of Dodge and Washington County. So let's bring it back to the metro here. And the reason why we're cutting in, because we have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, giving you a big heads up here that the storms, no, as Sydney mentioned, the rain is not there. It wasn't in Ashland when she was giving us that live report. But we are going to be seeing these moving very quickly at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So now's the time to get inside. Even if you're all the way down toward the Missouri River, you've been enjoying a nice evening out on the patio near the riverfront maybe, time to get inside with this line of storms starting to push in. The winds with it right here, a couple of cores that I'm seeing of strong winds, one kind of heading right toward where Sydney was there in Ashland.
They're looking at that for possible rotation to the National Weather Service. So they're keeping a close eye on that area you're talking about. So
yeah, I'm seeing that too. That's what I saw, a little notch in there. And that's 65 mile an hour winds. At the very least, it's going to be 60 to 65 mile an hour winds showing up on radar. But this is really, really broad rotation showing up right here, right around Ashland, right around Greenwood. If that starts to get a little bit tighter, we see those reds get a little brighter, kind of wrapping around the greens. Maybe they're going to issue a tornado warning with it. But you can kind of see, even on the radar, and a lot of people, you know, you're radar savvy. You live in Nebraska or Iowa. You know that anytime we have a little notch like this, that's basically right over Highway 66, but just north of the Greenwood area, that could mean potentially a little bit of rotation. It doesn't mean a guaranteed tornado, to be abundantly clear, but it shows that the winds inside the thunderstorm are trying to wrap in a little bit. So if I zoom out, you can see, again, if you're around Gretna, if you're around Millard, that would be heading toward you within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So please do what you can. Just kind of get things ready, get inside, keep watching us. You can be streaming us on the First Alert 6 weather app, the First Alert 6 streaming app, firstalert6.com. Take us with you, no matter where you're going to be going. If you're going to be, if you want to head to like your rec room, watch TV from down there, go right ahead. And hey, there it is. There's a tornado warning that just got issued for that rotation we were just talking about. All right. So So chances are you're going to start to hear, because this does include Douglas and Sarpy County, you will hear the sirens going off in Omaha for this.
They did indicate, National Weather Service says there was a report of a wall cloud with strong rotation.
Wall cloud with strong rotation. And Zane, if you're, please tell Sydney, give her a call real quick. Just tell her to keep going northeast on I-80, get ahead of this storm. I don't want her getting caught on this storm. Make sure she's getting out ahead of that. But this is a new tornado warning. Goes until 8:30. Includes parts of Cass, Douglas, Sarpy, and Saunders County. Kind of right along the Platte River there in southwestern Sarpy County. If you want to, let me get through the warning and then I'll call for that really quick, Zach. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And you can see that's exactly what I was just showing you. The reds and the greens, again, they're a little bit brighter than what they were before, but Ashland, if you're watching us, time to head to the basement. Memphis, head to the basement. Time to get in right now if you're in those cities, just in case we start to see any type of a lowering with this. If you're anywhere in Sarpy County, west of I-80, between I-80 and the Platte River, basement right now. Gretna, you got about 5 to 10 minutes before that's getting to where you are. So you have a little bit more time to get to the basement. I'll put a track on this, and then we'll take a live look at what we have from Sydney. So this is moving off to the northeast. It's moving very quickly, almost 45 miles an hour. So again, that's over Ashland right now. Able, 756, Gretna. So we start to get into the Omaha Metro, 806. That's about 10 to 15 minutes away. Millard, 815, Papillion, 820, and then it starts to get into the Omaha area right around 825 to 830. So as a reminder, get to the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, get inside. If you have a basement, great. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in, away from windows, and then you want to get as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. That's what I want you to do right now. Siren sounding in northwest Omaha. As a reminder, meteorologists don't control the sirens. They're county-wide. That's what usually Douglas County Emergency Management, Sarpy County Emergency Management, they're going to be the ones sounding the sirens. And it's usually an all or nothing type of scenario with the siren. So if a tornado warning touches your county, the sirens are going off. But let's be clear with where we're seeing the rotation. This is western Sarpy County. This is Gretna. This is Millard. This is Chalco. This is getting up toward about I-680, so the Boys Town area in Omaha. That's where this very narrow warning is. If you're hearing the sirens from the north side of Elkhorn, if you're hearing the sirens in Bennington, I know, place with a lot of storm anxiety, Bennington, you are not near this tornado right now. You are okay. If you are in downtown Omaha, you are not in this tornado warning. If you are toward Louisville, Plattsmouth, Bellevue, you are not in this tornado warning. So those are places that you still need to be on guard, but you don't need to go to the basement just yet. Let's see the rotation with this. All right. Sirens active in Sarpy County. Yep. Sounding sirens in Greenwood, South Bend right now. Still just the report of a wall cloud with a lot of rotation. That's some good news that we're not hearing any additional reports with this storm. Do we still have that picture up on the TVU? There we go. So this is, I'm assuming that's not I-80, that's not a 4-lane road. They're heading northeast of Ashland. This is Sydney Babb, our reporter, just did a live shot from Ashland, and you can see they're on the road that goes to Nebraska Crossing, as I'm told in my ear. But you can see that's the shelf cloud of the storm that's moving in, and got a couple of trees obscuring it right now, but you can see kind of the spaceship look of this storm right now. And that's the leading edge of not only strong winds, but where we have the rotation and this tornado warning that goes until 8:30 in the Omaha Metro. So that's what we're seeing right now. We have eyes on the storm, and chances are, as you're seeing there, kind of in between the trees, this is underneath a lot of rain. So chances are you're not going to be able to see this as it's approaching you. So as a good reminder, don't wait to take shelter in these situations. This is not a supercell where you can clearly see a lowering wall cloud. You can clearly see a funnel or a tornado forming. This is going to be rain wrapped. So if you're in this warning, please take shelter. Take this seriously as it's moving toward the Omaha metro. Again, that rotation right now, just about to the Platte River, right over Ashland. And it looks like they just updated the warning because I saw that flash. Let's see if we got an updated warning.
I have not seen any updates quite yet.
Still a radar indicate. Again, here's all the warning information. 8:30 is where we have this tornado warning for parts of Douglas, Sarpy, and Saunders County. Radar indicated rotation right around Ashland, just to the west of I-80, to the west of the Platte River. What do you got for me, Bo?
Spotted report of funnel cloud near Gretna. Rotation is growing over Ashland. So there has been a funnel reported with this tornado warning near Gretna.
A funnel cloud near Gretna. Now that,
I mean,
I get that that's the report that's coming in.
Spotted reported.
It's a spotter report.
Yeah.
I am not seeing rotation.
Sorry. Okay, I misunderstood. From
Gretna, looking down to the southwest. Okay.
I should have added the from part.
That would. Prepositions are very important, kids. Don't forget that. But remember, from Gretna looking toward this storm, and if I go back in here, yeah, you can see this rotation is starting to tighten up. This rotation is starting to tighten up a little bit. This is right over Able. North of Lenoma Beach is where we have the best rotation with this storm. So if you are in this area, right over the Platte River, getting into Sarpy County, west of I-80, basement now, please. We do have a report of a funnel cloud being seen from this storm, looking down in from the Gretna area. So here's the big picture. We have a tornado warning in effect for parts of the Omaha metro. I'll zoom back out here. And you can see that it does not include downtown Omaha, but it does include parts of the city of Omaha. Here is the latest arrival times. It's moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So it is haulin' out there. So this is the view. Again, Sidney Babb coming out of the Ashland area, south of Gretna. They're about to get on I-80 there to stay ahead of this storm. This is the view of that storm as it's moving in. So watch that. Here are the arrival times. Gretna, you have 10 minutes to get into your basement. 8:06 is the arrival time there. Millard, 8:13. Papillion, and we're talking the west side of Papillion here, 8:18. Omaha, and that's going to be Boys Town. It's going to be anything south of Dodge, anything west of 680. It's going to be there by about 8:30. And then if it kept going outside of the warning, it would get toward Council Bluffs by 8:30, 8:35. So no additional reports.
Yes.
And again, no reports, always a good thing, but please take this seriously as it's starting to move into Sarpy County. Lots of rain with this storm. You can see that hook there getting into Memphis. If there's any tornado right now, it would be north of Ashland, just crossing the Platte River, heading toward I-80. If you are, please take that picture again. So again, okay, we've kind of flipped around our view here. The storm is now they're moving south, so the storm is going to be on the right side of the screen. You can see a lot of dark clouds. Just looking at that, I just see a ton of rain. And to be clear again, with heavy rain like this, and just the way this storm is set up, you're not going to be able to see a very clear rotation with this. You're not going to be able to see the tornado with this. We did get the one report of someone reporting a funnel cloud looking into this storm from Gretna. What was that, Bo?
Another person, emergency management says, Ashland reporting the funnel near Juan.
Ashland reporting a funnel near Juan. Okay.
Well, that was, I will say, that, I mean, it was like 2 or 3 minutes ago, but
that's still,
still.
That's exactly where we're seeing that rotation. You can kind of see. So let's get your bearings here. Here's the tornado warning in the red. I-80, I'll kind of draw it in here to make it stand out a little bit more. There's I-80. This warning's right along and north of I-80. So if you live in Sarpy County near or north of I-80, get into your basement, get into your tornado safe spot, and stay there for at least the next 15 minutes. If you are in Douglas County, if you're in Millard, if you are basically along 132nd and Dodge, give or take, you need to be in your basement probably until about 8:20 or so. So the next 20 minutes. This rotation is going to keep moving, kind of paralleling I-80. And on the north side of this, still could be some hail. So if you're around Utan Valley, Elkhorn, even the north side of Gretna, you probably could get some pea-sized to 1-inch hail out of this. But it's the south side of this storm. Now, we did have the rotation with it. And the newest radar scans, as I step back here to take a look, the newest radar scans are not as well defined. If I'll drag this back here just a few minutes, and you can see the time at the top of the screen here. This is going back about 12 minutes or so. This is the bright green, the bright red on the radar. That's where we have the rotation. If I drag this up to current time, you can see how we lose the bright reds. We still have a little bit of bright green on the south side of Gretna right now, but we still are not seeing the tightest rotation with this. So if you are in the Ashland area, the rotation is past you. If you are west of Ashland, you are in the clear from this rotation. If you are still in Gretna, you need to get to the basement. This is about to cross 204th Street, Highway 6 here, coming up. So let's take a look at, this is our view from reporter Sydney Babb coming out of the Ashland area, and this is the storm. We have eyes on this storm as they're moving up. It looks like they're on I-80 now, if I'm clear. Okay, they're on I-80, moving away from Gretna. So, say that again, Zane. Okay. Sydney, are we able to hear Sydney?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, so what are you seeing with this storm? We've had a few reports of funnel clouds with this. Have you been able to see anything come out of those lower dark clouds?
So far, no, Matt. I wish I could show you. If we showed you with the camera, unfortunately, we would be heading towards it, and that is not something that we need to be doing right now. We are headed on I-80, like you said, back towards the center of the metro. We're south of Gretna right now. I have not seen any funnel clouds. There are some clouds that are just above us that are dropping lower, but that's kind of all I can see. Again, very strong lightning that is not stopping. I'm gonna take one camera shot really quickly. I think it might be a bit fuzzy for you guys right now, but I still want you to see how dark that is. I understand that is out of focus, but again, I just want you to guys to see how dark that is, and you can see that the lightning is flashing. I'm gonna take back to that first shot ahead of us. What's ahead of us is not very dark at all, but again, that storm is right behind us, so it's definitely going to be soon. Again, you asked about dropping or funnel clouds. I haven't seen anything that looks like that. There are clouds that are dropping lower, lots of rain behind us, but that is about it as far as what we can see right now. Still no rain over the top of us, though.
All right, thank you very much. As reporter Sydney Babb, they're heading northeast on I-80 away from this storm. And the National Weather Service just in the last couple of minutes said they might have a slight debris signature over the Platte River. So let's take this full again here so I can kind of show you what they're talking about. The debris that they could be seeing, it's this little drop. The yellow and the green area just past Able, heading toward about Nebraska Crossing. So if you know someone that's shopping or working at Nebraska Crossing, text them, tell them get in a tornado safety spot right now, because this is heading very close toward the outlet mall there, right along I-80. And that's where we have still that little bit of a notch. If I look at the wind speeds, yeah, we still have, it's not the cleanest. If you're looking for a tornado, no, this is not the absolute cleanest type of radar signature, but that's right over Nebraska Crossing, right over the outlet malls, right over I-80 on the south side of Gretna is where we have the best rotation with this storm. So once again, if I zoom out here, and you can see these cities that are in the path of this, listen up. If you're in Millard, near or north of I-80, get into your basement. If you are in Chalco, get into your basement. If you are in Omaha, south of Dodge and west of I-680, get into your basement. Elkhorn, Utan, Valley, you're in the clear from this. This rotation is going to stay very close to Interstate 80. So as a heads up, if you live near I-80, I-680 toward North Omaha, toward downtown Omaha, got to pay attention. You're not officially in this warning yet, but we have that potential if this rotation continues to move right along the interstate as we go through the next half hour. Let's put on some arrival times. So these storms are still moving, or this storm is still moving very quickly off to the northeast. Got to walk all the way over here to put this on. And again, this goes outside the tornado warning. I'm more interested in these first few. Gretna, down to 2 minutes. That rotation's pretty much over you right now. You need to be in the basement. Millard, you need to be in the basement within the next 5 to 10 minutes. La Vista, by about 8:20. And then again, Omaha, that's downtown Omaha. If you are in, along Dodge and 680, if you're on the West Roads area, I would be in the basement by about 8:20 to 8:25. So those are the time frames that we're dealing with here. Bo, I've heard you've been clicking around. Are you seeing anything else on NDOT cameras?
I mean, I have
along
a
I-80?
kind of cool looking west. If you want to bring the NDOT camera, there you go. Pretty cool view. I have not seen any funnels. This is I-80 at Highway 370, just east of Gretna, and not seen a whole. I have not seen any funnels, but it is a cool shot. New tornado warning just to the north. We just got a new tornado warning just north of Douglas County, and this involves Blair.
Yep, I'll take a look at this one right now. So you want to bring it back over here. There's the new tornado warning. And this is around the Washington area where we have the rotation. So again, does not include Douglas County, but this is for eastern Washington, extreme northwestern Pottawatomie County, and western Harrison County. This includes places like Kennard, Fort Calhoun, Blair, and Missouri Valley. Radar indicated rotation with this, and this tornado warning goes until 8:30. So another slate of towns. If you are in Kennard, if you're in especially Washington right now, city of Washington needs to be in their basement right now with that storm coming in. But if you are in Kennard, got about 5 minutes. If you are in Blair, you need to get to the basement within the next 10 minutes or so. Same with Fort Calhoun. If I look at this, you can see very bright red. So at the very least, really, really strong winds with this. Clicking around here, 45, 55, 50, close to 60 miles an hour. Bo, did they, just a radar indicated?
Yes, radar indicated.
Yeah.
Still for both. I have not heard any reports of touchdowns or funnels.
All right, so this is, the radar signature still looks pretty ragged with this. I'm going to click it, go right ahead, take a Children's Hospital camera looking down to the southwest. You can see that arc of clouds, northwest. You can see that arc of clouds heading into the Omaha metro. Now we have the 2 tornado warnings. We have 1 tornado warning for basically I-80 in Sarpy County, and that goes until 8:15. I'll get the information back up on here. It goes until 8:30. Wow, this is moving a lot quicker than 8:30. I'll tell you that, folks. 1-inch hail, radar indicated rotation. We've had sporadic reports of funnel clouds reported with this, and potentially a little debris signature on radar. The Weather Service still hasn't confirmed that there was any damage or debris with this storm, but had one of those signatures on the radar. So if you are in Gretna, you need to be in your basement right now. Millard, Chalco, anywhere basically south of Dodge between 156th and I-680. You need to be in your basement in the Omaha metro. That's where, actually, if we can bring that camera back up, the 90th and Dodge, looking back to the west toward Dodge. I know there's a lot of instruments right here, but this is probably going to be one of our clearest pictures of this storm as it's starting to move in. So if there were going to be any type of funnel clouds moving with this storm, chances are we'd be seeing them here first. And again, it's not the clearest picture with all those instruments and the bars in right away, but it gives us a great view into this storm in case anything was dropping out of it as it moves into Omaha. Nevertheless, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in the basement Oh, it looks like they just updated the warning because we have a new color here. And this is an observed tornado now. Let's bring it back here.
Oh yeah, you got a little.
8:30. Observed tornado. Let's take a look at what we have here. All right, it hasn't popped up there yet, so here's the updated text. Confirmed tornado near Gretna moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Again, a confirmed tornado near Gretna moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Millard, basements now. Along and north of I-80 and Millard, you need to be in your basement right now. Quarter-size hail. Radar confirmed tornado near the Platte River northeast of Ashland. So that's what the warning reads. Radar rotation's not looking like a lot, but if the Weather Service is putting out a warning like that in the Omaha Metro, I'll tell you, they have very good reason to do it. So again, if you are in Millard, anywhere along ILQ 275, basements right now. If you are in the city of Omaha, south of Dodge Street, 144th, 132nd, 106th, anywhere toward the old mill, basements right now. The warning technically includes La Vista and Papillion. If you're in Papillion, I would say still get to the basement. Ralston and La Vista, definitely get to the basement. Any parts of the Omaha Metro, from Millard toward the city of Omaha, near I-80, basements now, please. Report of an observed tornado with this in Gretna. Zoom out here, take a look at what we're seeing. There's the radar drop off. It's going to scan back in. We're not seeing any hail with this. Great news there. If we have any cameras that are pointed toward, let's see,
I'm trying to.
90th and Dodge, if we could point that to the southwest, that'd be great. First National, anything that we could point toward the southwest to get eyes on this, that'd be good. Our Blackstone camera should be able to at least get some eyes on this storm. But once again, along I-80, Millard toward Ralston, please get into your basements now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in, get away from windows, put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Let's see. Reading what they are putting in here. All right.
Trying to see if I can see it, if I can find it. So far, not seeing anything.
In addition to the tornado warning, the observed tornado near Gretna, the Weather Service is also saying there's a second line that could be producing some strong winds coming in on the backside of it. So just know once we get through this tornado warning that's over Millard right now, zoom in a little bit more. There's 144th and it's going to be Giles popping up here probably, Harrison. 144th and Harrison is where the rotation is right now. So 132nd and Q, 120th and just about Prairie View Drive, getting up toward 108th and F Street. If those are areas you know, you need to be in your basement right now. I'm thinking that's it's almost Mockingbird Elementary. Let's see, the emergency vet that I've taken my dog to so many times. If you know those areas, get into your basement. This rotation is heading very close to you. There's 132nd and I. That's another area where we have this rotation. So that's, looks like they just updated the warning. Oh, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning there. So I'll get to that. So here's some good news. Farther down, farther to the east, they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning. And there's a lot of text here, so let's get through it. New severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Cass, Douglas, Pottawatomie, and Sarpy counties. This goes until 9:15. And this is for 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and these are observed strong winds. So pretty much if you're in the Omaha Metro, you got to be inside, and I would just recommend definitely getting away from windows. But remember, if you are in the Millard, Ralston, Chalco area, if you're anywhere near I-80 and I-680 in Omaha, you got to get to your basement. You can see that view here, and I'm going to take a look at this real quick. So there's the radar behind me, we are looking directly into this storm as it moves in. And every once in a while, I see a flash of lightning. And it looks like there might be either a heavier rain shaft or a hail shaft that kind of gets illuminated. But anytime I see just a darker area inside this cloud, I think, okay, that could be possibly a funnel cloud, could be some rotation. But by and large, we're just seeing a very large self cloud, lots of lightning with this, lots of heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail, but this has had a history of producing tornadoes. It has, that's the reason why we have this updated warning, and it's almost to the edge of that warning where we had the confirmed tornado near Gretna. It's over Millard right now. It's getting to about I-680 and I-80, so anywhere from West Roads down toward 84th and Harrison. That's where you need to be in the basement right now, just for about the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Let's talk about a few cities that are in the clear with this storm. Gretna, you are in the clear. If you're in Gretna, you can get out of the basement right now. If you are anywhere west of, let's see, that would be 144th. If you are west of 144th in Millard, you're in the clear. You can get out of the basement. But we still have this tornado warning that goes until 8:30, but I'm telling you, this is going to be needing to have another warning reissued. If they're not going to issue another tornado warning with it, they have to do it pretty soon. And the Weather Service hasn't said anything about their thinking, but I'll tell you, if they're reissuing a very large severe thunderstorm warning with this, chances are the potential for rotation have gone down just a little bit. And even looking in at the radar rotation with this, where we have the edge of this warning, over Ralston and La Vista right now, it's not as tight as it was before. We still have a pretty broad area of rotation. Well, as we're hearing right there,
so it looks like they're extending it.
Every device in the Weather Center just went off because they issued the new tornado warning, and it includes us. So let's get that information. All right, so anyone in the city of Omaha, time to get to the basement. Anyone in the city of Omaha east of 680, time to get to the basement. Anyone in Council Bluffs, time to get to the basement. Anyone in Underwood, McClellan, Crescent, time to get to the basement. New tornado warning that goes until 9 o'clock. This is still a radar-indicated tornado warning. You have the view of the storm as it's pushing in on the other side of the screen here. If we can turn that a little bit more to the southwest, that is where I think we could be seeing, if we were seeing any rotation, it would be there. Radar sweeping in with the newest scan. And again, we still have, right here, we still have the rotation just coming out of Ralston. Still right around I-80 and 84th Street right now, maybe as far south as 72nd and Harrison. That might be where we have the strongest rotation right now. But anyone who's in the city of Omaha, anywhere east of 680, if you're in Blackstone, if you're in Midtown, if you're in Dundee, if you're in Fair Acres, if you're in downtown North Omaha, it's time to get to the basement. Even South Omaha, my apologies for forgetting South Omaha for a second, but even in South Omaha, it is time to get to the basement. You can see this new warning goes right through downtown and into Council Bluffs. So let's zoom out, let's put some tracks on here, and I'm going to bring up this warning really quick just so I can see how fast it's moving. And this storm is moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour.
Yes.
It is absolutely booking it. So again, another reminder, if it's moving this fast, you need to be moving right now. Just get into the basement for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So let's put a track on this. Moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. I have to walk all the way over here to get this track on to do it right. So downtown Omaha. Downtown Omaha, you have 5 minutes until this rotation is over. You have 5 minutes to get to the basement. Council Bluffs, you have 10 minutes to get to the basement. Underwood, 8:41, you need to be in the basement. Neola, Minden by about 8:45 to 8:50, and Selby by about 8:58. They just trimmed back that southernmost warning, and they issued a new warning. So, Bo, what I'm going to have you do, keep an eye on that storm near Blair, please.
Okay.
Senior Chief Meteorologist Rusty Lord is also in here. Rusty, do you want to take over with the Omaha tornado really quick? I'm going to take a look at the new tornado warning that just got issued down to the south.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea. Thank you very much, Matt. Let's talk about this one, get a little greater detail of what we're looking at here. This is the area of rotation right here, Ralston La Vista, probably right around 84th Street, and most likely it's jumped a little bit to the northeast. So this one might be very difficult to see. There have been reports of funnels with this, but it makes it difficult to see. I know it doesn't look like your classic hook that you would see, but this is the little appendage right here that we are watching, and it's heading towards downtown. So as Matt was saying, so eloquently putting, everybody in downtown needs to be in your basement up towards Carter Lake and just Council Bluffs, because what can happen with little spin-ups like these is they can happen really quick. They might go down and then up really quick. Sometimes it can happen between radar scans, and that's where it gets a little tricky as well. So I know this is something that happened very fast, but this is going to be the little spot. I know Matt's probably been explaining this here, but you get this little notch right in here, and that's where you can get these little rotations, and it doesn't take much. We've had scenarios like this before. You think all the way back to the Millard tornado, and you can get little rotations like that inside these lines of thunderstorms, and that is what we're doing, just airing for caution with this, is it's been trying, getting funnels in places, and then down to the southwest is where it first popped. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Which city camera are we looking at here? Can anybody explain this to me? Blackstone, so this must be looking off towards the northwest, I would assume. As you can see, the rain shield moving in there. So that's just a rain shaft. So that's nothing that's going to be all that much to worry about. You can see the ominous looking cloud as the shelf is moving over the city. So there's going to be some downpours with this one for sure, but it's the little notch that's trying to move in, and it might be difficult to see. Maybe we take, let's go the downtown First National Bank tower cam and look west with that one if we can, back toward Midtown Crossing. That might give us a little better look at this one as it's trying to move in. That'd probably be the best scenario there. So this would be the area right here. Again, downtown, Midtown, you should be in your basement 3 minutes ago. Hopefully you're there. Just let this one pass. I know people like to go out, take pictures, look at this and figure out what's going on. This could happen really quick. Just take the 10-15 minutes. Go down in your lowest space in your house. Be safe. Same can be said for Columbus. Let this one go by. And this is going to be a pretty one and done scenario. It's going to zap the atmosphere quite a bit. And we will see this move off towards the northeast and move through the Crescent, Council Bluffs, McClellan, Underwood area, right up along I-80 and the adjacent highway there that runs parallel. Did you get a chance to check that one out? Matt, you were looking at down to the southwest?
Yeah, let's take a look at this one, because this one has sounded the sirens in the city of Lincoln. It's sounding sirens across parts of Cass County. So people in places like Palmyra, Weeping Water, maybe even Plattsmouth and Nebraska City, you could be hearing the sirens right now. The newest tornado warning that just got issued, it's for parts of Cass, Odo, and far eastern Lancaster County. It's right along the Odo and Cass County line. This goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Another radar-indicated tornado with this storm. And you can see the rotation right there, kind of over Highway 43, just to the southwest of Palmyra there. I'll put a track on it, because, again, these are moving very, very quickly off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So here are the arrival times. Again, if you are in Nebraska City or Plattsmouth, even though this includes Cass and Odo County, you are not in this warning. So two of the big population centers, you are not in this warning. But Bennett, the rotation is going to be near you by 8:22. Palmyra, 8:29. I always have trouble with that name. Unadilla?
Unadilla. Sorry.
Unadilla. First time. Unadilla.
It's okay.
8:36. Weeping Water by 8:50. And then Nahaka by 8:56. Murray by 9:03. And you can kind of see that rotation is tightening up over Palmyra. And honestly, I think these are going to be moving a little bit faster than what these warnings are indicated. So that's what we have across the southern part of this line. Taking a look at this entire line, Blair, Fort Calhoun, you're still under a tornado warning. You can see in the box right next to me, that is the tornado that's moving, or the tornado warning for downtown Omaha. And I'll tell you, if anyone's in the newsroom watching us, Bo, if you want to go out and tell people in the newsroom, move away from the windows just in case, because this is moving very close to our studio here. Okay. Just to err on the side of caution, I would want our newsroom to at least move away from the windows just for a little bit. as this storm pushes through, because we still have this radar indicated rotation that's, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Okay.
That's pretty much right over where we are.
I was going to say.
Yeah, Matt, we probably should go back and focus on the one in downtown Omaha. Just right across Council Bluffs. We've had some city cam shots bouncing back and forth here.
Oh, look at this here. Take a look at the wind
ahead.
speeds with this. If we're not seeing rotation with it, that's 60, 65 mile an hour winds
right now.
moving right through downtown Omaha. So if you're not seeing the rotation with it, or if we're not seeing a tornado being produced with it, you're still seeing some incredibly strong winds. So as I had Bo go out and do, to tell people to get away from windows, at the very least, you need to be in your basement if you are in this tornado warning. And it's just getting into downtown Omaha. So people, we just lost our city cameras on the National Bank Tower, so that's probably from the gusty winds and potentially a radar indicated tornado with this. So again, if you're in Carter Lake, if you're in Council Bluffs, get into your basement now. Please, you will only need to be down there for about 5 to 10 minutes, but this storm is hauling. You do not have a lot of time to get down there. The debris with this is really, really messy, but if there's anything, it would be this. But I'm telling you, if I switch back over and I look at the wind speeds, not seeing the rotation right there. That is right where we have the hook, so I will say that. It could be picking up a lot of maybe some leaves or dust, and that's why we see the little drop-off right there, right over I-480 toward downtown Omaha. So again, this is right over the Midtown area, pretty much right over where we are. There's 38th and Leavenworth, 480, the Creighton campus. There's Charles Schwab Field there. That's where this storm will be moving. But that is where, honestly, I see the best potential for rotation and potentially a tornado. And I'll tell you, if we had any reports of a tornado coming through Midtown, I'm sure we'd hear it from our newsroom, Rusty, wouldn't we?
I tell you what, you mentioned how fast this was moving. What can happen between the scans like this? It can jump where it was showing right here, and then we get a new scan, it's going to be over the Council Bluffs area. So that's why we've been saying Council Bluffs, anybody up Old Lincoln Highway from Crescent to Council Bluffs, this is very likely to cross in your area. This area of rotation is going to go right up through here, most likely. Sometimes it can take a little bit of a northwesterly turn, too. So I want to have everybody that's within the Carter Lake, the airport area. Do we have our Epley camera? Maybe we could point that. I'm not sure if that's back up and running as well. So what can happen when we get heavy rain like this? It can interfere with the microwave signal coming back from some of these cameras, and we do tend to lose them on occasion. But this is going to be the spot here. So you were talking about this earlier. Anybody now on the Nebraska side of this warning should be in the clear. Anybody west of the Missouri River, this is now jumping onto the Iowa side as of right now. And we probably need to pay attention to that one up by Blair. My eyes may have deceived me, but they could have tweaked that one just a little bit. Maybe worth checking there, Matt.
It's a little smaller.
A little smaller? Okay.
They've done with that storm.
Okay.
No additional reports.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll get this little notch right here, and it went away just a little bit, which is good. But you know, it's been showing up on one scan, disappearing on another, kind of been back and forth here. Crescent to Council Bluffs to McClellan and Underwood. Good to be in your basement for the next 10 to 15 minutes, just to be safe until the front edge of this line gets through here, and we can get this back. Or we can get everybody in the clear behind this, and then we'll see if it keeps rotating as it moves off towards the east. Sorry, not what I'm trying to do there. But along this line, it has moved into air that's just slightly more favorable for rotation, and now we're starting to see 1, 2, 3 spin-ups right along this line. And you were checking it earlier, Matt. Now we get all these severe thunderstorm warnings that extend off in the distance as well. So even if it is not rotating, you can get some wind gusts now that are trying to spike 65, maybe 70 miles per hour in some spots there over downtown Omaha and moving off towards the east, heading towards Carter Lake and over towards the Council Bluffs side of things again. So anybody from Crescent to Council Bluffs along Old Lincoln Highway, this, even if it's not rotating, is likely to produce some severe thunderstorm winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour as it moves to the northeast in your area. as this notch is still right there trying to rotate ever so slightly. And who knows, on the next scan, this could be a really quick pickup and then another one that goes away. So a little back and forth. Go ahead, Matt.
Absolutely. Rusty, I just want to give everyone a big picture here because we have this line of storms moving across a lot of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. Just about 8:30, Senior Chief Meteorologist Rusty Lord's over there. I'm Matt Serwy here. Meteorologist Bo Fogel is behind us as well. We have a line of storms with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across a lot of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. But we have the 3 tornado warnings. The most immediate, of course, is the one that's over Council Bluffs right now. There have been sporadic reports of not only funnel clouds, but brief tornadoes with this over Gretna. They did say a confirmed tornado with this as it moved over parts of Gretna. This tornado warning goes until 9 o'clock, but it is moving so fast. If you are in this warning, if you are in Carter Lake, Council Bluffs, Neola, McClellan, Underwood, you need to be in your basement right now and stay there probably for the next 15 minutes or so. There's a new warning for the one just downstream of Blair. So let's take that live. Let's get that information. And I'll zoom in here in just a second so you can see exactly what this new tornado warning is. This is one north of 880. This is for parts of Harrison and Potawatomi counties. Goes until 9:15. Again, radar indicated tornado with this. If I zoom in here, we'll get a few cities. If I rattle off your city, it's time to get to the basement. Missouri Valley, that rotation's over you right now. Time to get to the basement. Logan, Woodbine, Persia, time to get to the basement. This is all moving to the northeast very quickly at about 55 miles an hour. So if I put a track on this, you can see this newest tornado warning that got issued. Missouri Valley, it's over you right now. Logan, you need to be in the basement within 10 minutes. Woodbine, you need to be in the basement by 8:50. Erling and Dow City, you're not in the warning, but this is your first alert to this rotation heading toward you by about 9 o'clock. And then the final tornado warning that we have going all the way down to the south, going to parts of Cass and Odo County, if I can get the map to move down there. This one is over Palmyra right now, heading toward Weeping Water, and this goes until 9 o'clock as well. This is for parts of Cass and Odo County, Elmwood, Palmyra, Unadilla, Weeping Water. You need to be in your basement right now. Let's send it back over to Rusty as he's tracking this storm that's just north of the Omaha Metro.
Yeah, talking about the one around Missouri Valley, been bouncing around the radar options that we have here. As you've been kind of running down the lay of the land, this is what happens when we get multiple ones. We take turns, you track this one, we track this one, and we try to stay on top of all these. I will say maybe something here between Missouri Valley and Logan. When you look at the debris indication, it could be a very, very quick one there with this little notch. It's tough to tell, a little messy, but it would be this little notch right here that is trying to. I haven't looked at the information on this one. Did they include any special instructions on this one, Bo?
No, nothing special instruction. Radar indicated rotation,
Okay.
but nothing special specifically.
So that's what we're getting. Right on the leading edge of this line, it's running into this air that has the rotation. We're getting the wind spinning in the right levels of the atmosphere, and you can get these little spin ups right on the front edge of this. And that is what we are dealing with right now. As you can see, near Missouri Valley, north of the 880 I-29 junction here. Good on you, Matt, for remembering they changed that too. It's been a minute. And then you can see down here to the southwest, the one that has been impacting the metro. The notch doesn't look quite as good there anymore, so that's great news. But again, all it takes, you can have one spin up and then go north, and then you get another one maybe a little farther south, and you could get some rapid fire warnings on this. So we got to pay attention to this whole line here. So while one of us is talking on air, other one's doing a little radar interpretation to try to figure out what is happening with these so we don't miss anything that is going on. So now we're on the Council Bluffs side of things with these warnings, and then up towards Missouri Valley. So we take a look at this warning that includes Missouri Valley. You went through this one, goes through 9:15. The one that goes through parts of now Potawatomi County, the Nebraska side, the Douglas and Sarpy County side of this one should be in the clear. That goes through 9 o'clock. So we're seeing Carter Lake, Council Bluffs. Now we're talking up towards Neola as it moves to the northeast. So that is what we are seeing with this warning that continues to march in a northeasterly direction. So could be any rotation here. That's why I said just get in the basement, Council Bluffs. The city of Crescent probably in the clear now as this tries to run right up I-80 and bring with it any little rotations along, and these could be on the ground for 100 yards. It doesn't take much. They'll go down and up really quickly. These are the toughest little things to find in here, but I tell you what, they happen, and it's something that trying to find them all the next day to do tornado surveys can be a little tough. We're trying to keep ahead of them here as best we can.
So the rotation they're looking at is supposedly right over Missouri Valley.
I was gonna say
They're saying it's right over Missouri Valley, moving to the northeast.
it's got to be this right in here, I would think. There you go.
Yeah, right
And
about
up
there.
towards Logan. So this is going to run right up Highway 30. Matt, if you wouldn't mind, check the debris detection. Do you think there's something there that you can maybe see a little debris ball that might be showing up from a quick touchdown, or is that just false returns, you think?
It's not looking the best.
Okay.
I can see maybe just there might be a little bit on the edge of that. Absolutely, what we're talking about right here, debris, kind of the big drop in the correlation coefficient here. If we see the yellows, the blue, the green, that's where we could have a little bit of debris with the rotation. And yeah, Rusty, you're exactly right. That moving toward Logan, right up Highway 30 is where we might have a little bit of debris.
So be mindful if you're in the Les Hills there.
Yes.
These could pop up over the hill really quickly. Don't go try to find these. Everybody wants to get the cool video, send in the cool pictures. These aren't the ones. Don't do it. The sun's setting. It's going to be a mess out there. You don't want to be caught up out ahead of these because they're moving really fast here. So we got these here, but it's got to be something between Missouri Valley and Logan. So Logan and Woodbine. Let's just into your basement here right now. Just write it out for the next 20 minutes. It's not going to take long. Better 20 minutes in your basement, and then everything's good just in case. So that is the one of greatest concern. I don't think this one on the east edge of the metro has cycled back up anytime soon.
No,
but the one further down to the south. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, the one further down to the south here, the one over Palmyra, they did report some increased rotation with that. Where was that? Possible wall cloud near Palmyra, and that's where we could have possibly a little bit of a lowering with this storm. Again, this is in between Plattsmouth and Nebraska City, the two most populous cities in Cass and Otoe counties. You are not in this tornado warning, but I'll zoom in and you can see right along, it's gonna be Highway 50 here, right along the Cass and Otoe County line is where we have the best chance for rotation. So anywhere between Syracuse and Weeping Water, you need to be in your basement there in Cass County. But as Rusty was mentioning, just a heads up to the people who are in the clear with this storm, just a reminder, anyone in Douglas and Sarpy County, you are now in the clear. This warning has officially been trimmed all off to your east, even though there's a lot of very heavy rain falling right now, possibly even a little bit of hail and gusty winds right over I-80 around the Gretna and almost the Millard area, and possibly even some gusty winds coming through Bellevue. Well, there are no current tornado warnings in the Omaha metro. Great news there. Rusty?
You mentioned the wind, Matt. About 8 minutes ago, a 63-mile-per-hour gust at Epley's. Forgive me if you mentioned that in all the back and forth here. But so there are some verified winds showing up in these, like we had showing up on the radar with some of the returns on the base wind velocity there. So likely, even if we're not going to have rotation in your area, you're very likely to get some very gusty winds out of this. And you can see right there, likely something going 60 to 70 miles per hour, and another one barreling towards Logan that could be approaching 60 miles per hour. So rotation or no rotation, you're on severe thunderstorm threshold winds, and just good to be in your basement here all the way through this. Logan south of Highway 30 up through Woodbine and Persia, and we can see this one maybe even being extended up into Shelby County as well. Sorry to interrupt you there, Matt. Just want to make sure we got that. Some of these winds are starting to verify that we're seeing there.
Yeah, and that's good. If we're starting to go to more of a straight line wind scenario here, that means the tornado potential, it's not zero, it's lower. And that's always good to hear if we can say the tornado potential is lower. But 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, especially there were some parts of eastern Nebraska that picked up 2 to 4 inches of rain last night. And that very, very, temporarily wet ground and 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, that could mean maybe a little better chance to see some tree damage with this line of storms as it moves in. But it is just absolutely pouring. You can see from our city cam, it is pouring in Omaha. It is dark. But again, the tornado warnings currently are for parts of Potawatomi and Harrison counties. And you can see the one here that we've been watching right along Highway 30. It's just cleared Missouri Valley. It's heading toward Logan right now, heading up toward Woodbine. And then the second one is in parts of Potawatomi County. This storm has been pretty much paralleling I-80 all the way from the Ashland area. It's gone through Douglas and Sarpy County, and now it's probably going to move right up I-80 through Council Bluffs right now, and eventually the rotation with this, which again hasn't been looking the greatest. If I really wanted to squint and say that there's rotation right now, possibly a little bit here on the southeast side of Council Bluffs, but that's really tough. You got a little bit of a notch there, another one just to the north of Council Bluffs there, right along I-80. But any one of those little notches could be some minor rotation. We're not seeing any strong rotation with this storm right now. Rusty, you got all the reports with this storm so far.
Yeah, I've been kind of bouncing around here just seeing what we've had happen thus far with this. So you mentioned, so we had the wind gust here at Epley. We got up to 63 miles per hour with that one. There were some hail reports. They got up to a quarter, basically the size of a quarter in Elkhorn. And then you go a little farther to the south. This is where the wind was really picking up. And we had wind gusts 67 miles per hour. And then we got the rotation just to the north of Ashland. We had the tight circulation there, this TDS, that's tornado debris signature. That's what that means. And that means it's this mode of the radar here showing that little dot. Where, well, it was very evident, if you remember 2 years ago during the Elkhorn tornado. Sometimes they can be little small ones, though, and we had that spin up there and then a funnel up to the northeast. So that prompted the first warning as it moved off towards the northeast. And now we're continuing to see this march off to the northeast in very fast fashion, like Matt was saying here. Are you saying that speeds on these are 50 to 55 miles per hour? Did I remember hearing that?
Yeah, they've all been 50 to 55 miles an hour, and I'm looking at the thunderstorm warning because we've kind of just glanced past those because we have embedded tornadoes.
I get it.
But the lines are moving anywhere between 45 and 50 miles an hour now.
Yes. So taking a look at this warning that's here in, I don't want to forget about our friends in Cass and Odo County here. We're bouncing around a little bit. Tornado warning goes through at 9 o'clock. And you can see 1-inch diameter hail possible with this one as well. So you can see this is radar indicated. There hasn't been a confirmation with this, but there's things we can see on the radar and tell you if there's anything that we need to be concerned about. So right now, it doesn't look all that clear along that. So that's great news, but still that warning goes through about 9 o'clock down to the south as well. And if we just kind of zoom out and then run right along the leading edge of this, we're looking for little signatures here and there. And again, I would say the most evident one might be up here if there's going to be anything in this little notch right up here between Logan and Woodbine, most likely. If there's going to be any debris or any sort of rotation, it might be right here, right along Highway 30 from Logan to Woodbine. So those are the two areas that need to be in their basement and in their safe place right now, especially. I know I've been kind of bouncing around here. You have anything you're tracking specifically over there, Matt?
I was just looking at, not specifically with the tornadoes, but with the severe thunderstorm warning that's in parts of Sarpy County now, that there's the potential for some hail. And I do want to mention that if you're seeing some hail anywhere from I-80 in about the Gretna area down into Cass County, yeah, you could be seeing hail, but the main concern is these areas that have the really strong winds with them. And you can kind of see the bowing segments here. They're starting to form really well. We got one that's basically the northern side of this line, just north of Omaha, basically Council Bluffs north, I should say. And then we have the second area that's starting to bow out. That's going from about central Omaha, right, I-80, 680, down through Sarpy and Cass County. Those are probably the two areas to watch for not only the strongest winds right now, but as Rusty was showing, those embedded rotations that are with that storm. And all these warnings, I'll pick the thunderstorm warning that is kind of surrounding this in Douglas and Sarpy County, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and it's observed, and that still goes until 9:15. But a lot of these warnings have been outkicking their coverage very fast. So I would say at least until 9 o'clock, it's going to be in at least central Pottawatomie County with this. Rusty?
Yeah, just seeing some actually reports coming in here. 60 to 70 mile per hour estimated wind gusts. Whoops, there we go. In parts of Sarpy County with this one near La Vista as it moved through. So again, a lot of what we're seeing, this is right along 84th Street in the La Vista area. See Ralston Papillion or Washington Street, what you may know it as well. It's this one here where we've had some 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts. So there could be some tree damage around there. If you have, it's safe to go out. There's a lot of lightning right now, so maybe wait just a little bit. Send in your reports once you feel like you're in a safe spot so we can share some of those along the way. We take a little wider view here. And again, that one down there. We'll go up here. We're looking for these little notches. They're still trying to do something here in Pottawatomie County. Not done with this one just yet. I don't want to ignore this one entirely. So we're watching this area of rotation. It could be a little bit of a notch right here, trying to do something, and then we flip over to this mode of the radar. Not a really tight rotation in there, but there could be something trying to happen. If it's going to be there, that's where it would be, possibly running right along the Underwood-McClellan area, right up I-80. So go a little further to the northeast. So again, these can happen so quickly, right along the leading edge of this, and that's where the worst of this may end up trying to be as it marches to the northeast. So how new? Go ahead.
The Weather Service is asking, so I'm guessing some people have been seeing a report of a tornado touchdown at 144th and Harrison. Douglas County says that there are 2 people there. They did not see any tornadoes. So we still have no real confirmed reports of a tornado in Omaha proper. Just around Gretna, we had at least someone see a funnel cloud, see an observed tornado with it. But in Omaha, we're still not seeing any reports of a confirmed tornado as this line moved through. Always great to say that we are not seeing tornado damage with this line.
Yeah, wonderful news there. And then even, I think we're starting to see, like you mentioned though, that, evolving maybe into a wind threat as we got this 60 to 70 mile per hour. So this considerable warning here that goes through most of Pottawatomie County and Mills County, Douglas, a little bit of Douglas and Cass. Now, gusts up to 70 miles per hour as we've had with that, and that's what prompted the warning. It looks like they allowed that tornado warning to just drop. I don't have a clock here, so it must be 9 o'clock.
It's 8:45.
There we go. And you can see, so that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. They just trimmed the one up here in eastern parts of Harrison County, but still, so basically lopping everybody off the back edge of this. From Logan to Woodbine, you're in the clear now. And we look and see, yeah, if it's gonna be there, it's probably right in there. Highway 30.
5 miles northwest of
Persia?
Persia, yes. Yeah. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, so that's where they saw the rotation there?
Yep, right there.
So that would be it. So most likely it's going to be something right in here between Woodbine and Persia moving to the northeast. So next in line would likely be Erling in the next 10 minutes. I always like to err shorter time frames there so everybody can get to their safe place without having to rush incredibly fast, but there you go. So it's likely that one right in there is the last of that tornado warning, and then it'll hop over into Shelby County if it's going to continue. So you can see Harlan, Highway 44 there. It's right in between Persia and Woodbine and Portsmouth there in the path possibly as well. All right, so we've had all the storms going through the metro with pouring rain, driving rain. We have a report from Sydney out in the car, storm tracker right now. Sydney, where are you at right now, and what sort of conditions are you experiencing?
Yeah, Rusty, we are leaving Epley. We actually had to stop and go to Epley Airfield and sit there for a little bit while we made sure that we let the tornado warning pass over us because it got a little scary even for us. I'm gonna flip the camera around now so you can see what's in front of us. We are heading back into the Omaha Metro. We're probably gonna just stick around here for a bit. I've seen some limbs down. There's obviously, you can see in front of us, very, very heavy rain. A lot of lightning. There is a decent amount of pooling on the roads. I wouldn't call any of this flooding right now. We're seeing some cars on the road, but not too much. But I'm going to let you go back to Matt now. Matt, what are we seeing?
We have a new tornado warning that just got issued, Sydney. Really appreciate you driving around in these storms for us. Really, really thank you for that. But a new tornado warning that got issued for parts of Cass and Mills County. And I want to jump on because if you're in the Plattsmouth area, you got to get to the basement right now because this storm is knocking on your door and it's moving very quickly. This warning goes until 9:15. But if you are in Glenwood, Pacific Junction, Silver City, anywhere basically from Plattsmouth into parts of Mills County, it's time to get into the basement. I was watching this just a couple minutes ago, and you can kind of see where we have that rotation just getting into Plattsmouth right now, just north of Murray. I'll zoom in so we can kind of pick up on maybe a couple of those streets that are in there. There's Highway 66, Highway 34, just near the Plattsmouth area. So again, Plattsmouth, time to get to the basement. I'll zoom out, I'll put a track on this, kind of give you some arrival times, because again, these storms are moving so quickly, you really don't have much time. That it's just a good idea to, if you're in this warning all the way from Plattsmouth through the Glenwood and Silver City area, time to get to your basement. So there are the arrival times. So over Plattsmouth right now, Pacific Junction, you got about 5 minutes. Glenwood, you got about 10 minutes to get into the basement at the absolute most. Silver City, you got about 15, and then we get outside of the warning there. Again, new radar indicated tornado warning for parts of Cass and Mills County in southwest Iowa. That goes until 9:15. But again, if you are in the city of Plattsmouth right now, it's time to get into your basement. And what we're going to see in this line, as we've been talking about for the last 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to see these bowing lines, and then in between these little notches that kind of kick up. And you can see that one right around Plattsmouth right now. That's where we have the potential rotation. And don't sleep on this on the south side of this line either. Nebraska City, as this line moves toward you, you need to be aware that as of right now, it could be producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. But if we see one of those little notches develop, we could easily see a quick tornado warning along this line at any moment. Rusty?
All right, thanks, Matt. And kudos to the National Weather Service here for picking these things out. These are tiny little areas of rotation, and they are just popping warnings left and right, trying to get everybody out of the way of these things. I wanted to show you this right here. So this is the leftover parts of this warning that's here in eastern parts of Harrison County. It goes through 9:15. You can see radar indicated tornado between Persia and Woodbine. But even if you're not getting rotation with this, you look at the base wind velocity, you can zoom in on this, and we're still, now, albeit these radar beams are still probably 3,000 feet off the ground, we're still getting wind gusts that are up near 60 miles per hour that are moving northeast. So you can see how these lines, you just got this arc to them, and they're all moving to the northeast. And that is why we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that continue, even if the tornado warning doesn't, because you get considerable damage near 70 miles per hour with the wind gust. Again, baseline severe thunderstorm warning is 60 miles per hour. Then you get up to 70, we're talking considerable damage, and I believe it's 80 that goes to destructive. And you can see that's what we're contending with that one, and then this one here with gusts up to 70 miles per hour that are pushing out ahead of these. So that is a very large severe thunderstorm warning box that runs down through parts of Pottawatomie County and then down into Mills County as well. And then within these, they're doing things like this that's trying to spin up near Plattsmouth. And you can see the rotation now probably just over the city of Plattsmouth, if not to the southeast, and then moving to the northeast towards Glenwood. So you mentioned Glenwood, in your safe place right now. These things, the next radar scan could go here and then jump right over Glenwood and then go right up to Silver City in a matter of 2-3 minutes. So heads up, these things, Matt has been saying all evening long, they are booking it and they are not slowing down at all. The wind racing out ahead of them hopefully can help kind of cut these off a little bit, but as of right now, they are doing their thing. They are spinning every once in a while, running along it, and they are kicking out some really strong winds as they are doing it, regardless if there is any rotation with any of these whatsoever. The good news is not much of a hail producer, at least on the leading edge of this. We're seeing most of these hail reports down below 1 inch in diameter. So that's some great news there as these are moving on through.
And Rusty, what we are seeing is a lot of heavy rainfall now.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of heavy rain. You can see that the reds and the oranges over another round of heavy rain moving over Omaha. We have a NDOT camera at I-680 and 60th that has a lot of ponding in the road. So it's a good reminder that even though we're starting to see the severe threat kind of wind down in the Omaha metro and in Omaha proper, there's still potentially the issues of a lot of water on roadways, especially because it came down so fast. So if I look at how much water we've seen, it's about, and this is a 6-hour total, but honestly, it's been within the last probably 90 minutes or so that we've had this. It's about 1 to just about 2 inches of rain across parts of the Omaha metro. Yeah, there's the water right now. That's I-80 and 60th. You can see just streams of water moving in. And I always like to remind people, because it is construction season, remember, in areas that have a lot of construction, the water drainage isn't the best, and it can pond in areas that you didn't think would flood before. So be cautious if you still have some errands to run in the Omaha metro later on this evening. If you've been waiting out the severe weather, maybe at an event and you're waiting to head home, just know that with this really heavy rain, you could still see maybe some issues and very slow going on the roads. But look at how the wind is just whipping that across the road. Just almost sideways rain, and as Rusty was just showing us, the potential for maybe even a little bit of hail mixed in with that rain. So you could be hearing little pings in your car in the Omaha metro. That's what we're seeing right now. And Rusty, you're zoomed in here to basically where we have the picture on the map.
Yeah, and very easy way to hydroplane there too, with those waves of water that are going through. So you can see Elkhorn, probably the rain really letting up here on the west side of 204th Street, and now you can see it coming down in sheets like Matt was mentioning here. So La Vista, Papillion, Bellevue, and then the leading edge of this is where the wind continues. But you can almost see maybe the early signs of what we call an outflow boundary. And that could be what's cutting off some of these storms, and that would really reduce the tornado threat anywhere probably north of the metro. But let's see if we put some wind. Yeah, that could be finally an outflow kicking out. There's still some pretty gnarly wind right there over the Lake Manawa area. If you look, that's not too far off the ground. We're getting 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts right there, sampling pretty well. Just getting ready to cross I-29 if it hasn't already. That's, I think, Lewis Central High School is right there near 92 and 29, and then that's going to march east very swiftly. So likely some pretty good wind rolling right over Lake Manawa at the moment if it hasn't already zipped right by. So that is marching east. As we continue to try to pick up the little areas of rotation, can't neglect the wind that is going to be ripping in some of these spots. And that's going to be going over I-29. Bo, it might be worth, if you can go to the Iowa DOT cams, it's something we can bring up on an internet source.
Okay.
There should be one just south of Highway 92 and I-29, if we can find that and maybe bring it up on a camera and see what might be happening across that. That could be a good observation. I'm trying to remember all the ones that Jarrett uses in the morning when there's crashes. See if I found one there. But overall, let's do a quick check here. There's the warning down to the south. That goes through 9:15. We got 60 mile per hour gusts with that. We're talking 70 mile per hour gusts. Those should be out of Douglas and Cass County. Now we're talking Potawatomi and Sarpy with the ones I just showed you. As that is moving off towards the east, these are monster severe thunderstorm warnings here. So you can see, if I bring this up, try to make the little flashing box around it so you have an idea of what is happening. And, well, let me get this out of the way here.
I'm looking at the camera right now, not seeing a whole lot. Unfortunately, the angle is not in our favor to really see the thunderstorm. So, but yes, you are right. There is a camera near that area. Good job there. But unfortunately, there's not. You can't see a whole lot just the way the camera is angled.
Okay, so there's the severe thunderstorm warning that goes through 9:15 through Potawatomi County. You even see right there, maybe north of Neola. Again, we're starting to talk now. The radar beam is going to be 3,000, maybe 4,000 feet off the ground at this point, but still finding. Could be sampling an average right here of some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds now between Persia and Minden. That's enough to knock over a semi or anything that's rolling along the interstate right there.
And Rusty, that just to the south of there, that tornado warning that we had, it's moved through Plattsmouth, so the leading edge of this just about into the Glenwood area. What we're seeing is not the rotation. We're seeing, again, what Rusty's looking at, hopefully at least the development of a little bit of outflow there, but at least more of a bowing line as opposed to rotation that's been showing up with these thunderstorms. Nevertheless, I will say that Plattsmouth, you are in the clear. The rotation is past you. Still have a lot of really heavy rainfall and potentially a little bit of hail coming in on the back side of that. You can see the hail getting into Plattsmouth, maybe penny-sized hail, give or take. But at least the rotation has cleared Cass County. So Cass County, Plattsmouth, you no longer need to be in the basement. But if you are in Glenwood, still need to be in the basement for about 5 to 10 minutes. And downstream towards Silver City, probably about 10 to 15 minutes as this storm continues to just blast through at about 55 miles an hour. Down to the south, there is a new thunderstorm warning just to, cross the T's and dot the I's on everyone who might be watching. Thunderstorm warning for parts of Cass, Fremont, Johnson, Odo counties that goes until 9:15, and 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with that storm. And I just saw the color change on here. That would be potentially radar indicated tornado. That says an observed tornado.
Good eye.
Okay. So that's Glenwood. Basements now, please. Let's see. Let's get the text on this warning. This says, confirmed tornado over Glenwood. So again, Glenwood, basement now. Silver City, basement now. Confirmed tornado. This is going all the way back to, 8:48. A confirmed tornado on the south side of Plattsmouth. And they waited 10 minutes to put out a confirmed tornado over Glenwood, okay? So either way, with this tornado warning, if you're in this tornado warning, Glenwood to Silver City, this has a history of producing a tornado, got to be in the basement right now. If I look at the debris signature, I'll drag this back a little bit. I'm trying to see if anything happened over Plattsmouth. It's really tough. You're looking for the little drops in color, because anything that's red and purple, the radar beam is hitting something that's all the same size. When you get the yellows and the oranges, and especially green and blue mixed in there, that could be a little debris. It means the radar beam's hitting things that are slightly different sizes. And as it moves through Plattsmouth toward Glenwood, you can kind of see a little bit of a drop right there, but the winds, I can't argue with the fact that they're getting reports of a tornado, but this really looks like it's more bowing out than anything right here. But the leading edge of that right over Glenwood and heading toward, I'll zoom in here so I can pop up Silver City on the map. But Balfour right along Highway 275 north of Highway 34 there in Mills County, Silver City. Time to get to your basement, because last report we have, there is a confirmed tornado with this storm. And, Rusty, I'm curious, because they're not putting anything out in chat like, hey, we got this report. I'm hoping they just clicked the wrong thing. But as of right now, confirmed tornado over Glenwood, Iowa.
Yeah, and getting to I've seen some reports around Highway 370 in Papillion as well of maybe a 3-foot, I want to say trunk down.
That has to be trunk.
Yeah,
has to be trunk.
I would say so. So there was a wind report that just came in there, but yeah, I was bouncing around on the radar while you were talking there, Matt, trying to figure out what we're looking at here. And there could be, just a little something right here. They happen so quick. Maybe they're going between the scans and going with reports. Maybe it's a bunch of dust blown up, but nonetheless, get in your safe place up towards Silver City like Matt was talking about here with that. Again, that's the key to this one. It's this wording you see right here, observed. That's what changed with that. Radar indicated to observe. So up towards Silver City, right over the Glenwood area. Get in your basement if you're not there already. And just looking at some of the wider views here, that's the main area to watch. Even if there isn't any more rotation with this, which we act like there is at this point, you can see the wind that's going to start to push out from this as well, going in a direction like this. And then if we sample it a little bit, you can see we're getting some gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. Again, getting a little bit above ground here. Now we're probably talking 2,000 to 3,000 feet above ground with the radar beam. So the Earth has a curvature to it. The radar beam goes out at an angle as well. So over time, that beam just gets farther and farther from the Earth's surface. So you don't get to sample the lower levels of these storms very well. But you can see now the latest radar scan here, maybe a little bit of hail with that one. And then you get this here, and then a notch back in here. And some of these have been making really tiny tornadoes that have been enough to do a little damage. Balfour to Silver City would be right in here. No clear signature on the debris.
Rusty, I have an idea. If you want to bring it back here real quick, you mentioned the outflow from that storm off to the north, the really strong winds near Lake Manawa. Ooh. Watch this green line out ahead of that storm and how it kind of trails into Plattsmouth. So it looks like that area of the storm caught up to the outflow from the northern part, and that could provide a little bit of a boundary to keep a tornado going from Plattsmouth to Glenwood and now Silver City. So that's why, yeah, they put out that warning and said, hey,
good find.
Silver City, get to your basement. But also farther to the northeast, Macedonia, Oakland, keep a close eye on that, even toward Griswold. If that outflow can continue and you have this other storm surging in from the south, that could still cause, or at least it could be a focused area of rotation, or where we could see more rotation in the near term. So that could be what produced that thunderstorm, or at least that tornado from Plattsmouth over Glenwood right now and approaching Silver City.
Wow, good find on that. Yeah, just enough to rotate the winds just like that as it's moving through. So the south edge of that would have the winds. You get the rotation on the north side of that, and there you go, Silver City. You got some winds racing out towards Malvern and Hastings. Be right in here going up to the, I believe that's the Mills and Pottawatomie County line. So that's what's good. You know, one of us is on here talking, the other's doing a little radar analysis back and forth, figure these things out. And there you go. We got an idea of how this thing is racing to the northeast right along it here. So Silver City, basement. And then anybody northeast with this one as well as you get up towards the Pottawatomie Mills County line. These things, it's going to be a quick little drop if it's still there. Maybe just up and down, up and down. Some of these will happen between radar scans. They're going to make it really difficult to pinpoint these as they're moving through, but you can kind of outline the area that needs to be of concern as these things are racing through. So that's the most concerning one as of right now. Otherwise, look at the warnings that they're putting way out ahead of this line. There's a brand new, oh, that's just a large encompassing one here. I thought that was new for Red Oak and Shenandoah, but you can see all the counties. Cass, Mills, Montgomery, and Sarpy, the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the issue there. So considerable damage with this as it's moving off towards the northeast. And even in the metro, still a good amount of rain and a good amount of lightning as we look in the downtown area as of right now. So that's the First National Tower looking to the northeast as of right now, and up towards basically the airport, looking up Abbott Drive. There you can see the string of pearls that are heading up towards Abbott Drive. And so a lot of thunder and lightning still on the back edge of this. But as Matt was doing well earlier, you're behind this line, you have very little to worry about. So most places on the back edge of this, northwest of Plattsmouth through a good chunk of the Nebraska side of the metro area, should be in the clear. We have some lingering severe thunderstorm warnings here. These go through 9:15. A lot of that wind has since subsided and moved off towards the southeast. So that one likely will be allowed to expire.
Rusty, we got a new tornado warning here.
Yeah, good. Go right ahead.
This is that one we were just talking about. That same extension of the one that's over Silver City right now. This is for parts of Mills, Montgomery, and Pottawatomie County. Goes until 9:45. Honestly, it's moving a bit faster than that, I'll tell you. But this is for places like Henderson, Carson, Macedonia, Silver City. It's over you right now. This is exactly what we were talking about. That outflow boundary could help continue rotation over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. I'll look at the winds again. And another thing I wanted to mention with this storm, Red Oak, I wish you could catch a break with this round of storms,
kidding.
but unfortunately, more strong winds are moving in and the potential for these quick spin-ups. So if you're in Red Oak, prepare for another round of strong winds, probably within the next 25 to 30 minutes. But thankfully, you're at least outside of this new tornado warning, and they have kind of like concentric warnings here. Let me see if they have any type of any new, no, it's still radar indicated. I didn't know if they were trying to highlight one specific area there, but it's over Silver City, and you can see it moving right up toward Henderson, toward Highway 92, toward Griswold. There's Carson right there. If you're in any one of those cities, time to get to your basement right now, because you don't have a lot of time with these storms as they're moving so quickly. And as we've been telling you, we're kind of playing catch up in between radar scans. Even though these scans are coming in every 2-ish minutes, we still see the rotation kind of hopping in between. But if you're not seeing the rotation with this, look at this, 65 mile an hour winds toward Trainer, even down toward Malvern, we're picking up on 60 to 65 mile an hour winds, and kind of where these two lines are meeting. You got one coming in right here, one bowing out there. This boundary is where we're going to see the potential for that rotation continuing over the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. And Rusty, you're seeing something else inside this storm.
Yeah, the biggest hail core we've seen out of any of these, even remotely in the last hour or so. So you can see just to the southwest of Silver City, it's likely this right here that just drifted north over the city, where there could be some hail up, maybe even the size of quarters, falling over Silver City. So that's that little hail core right there, and then heading up towards Macedonia. But again, it's this concern right here. It's likely that. I know it doesn't really look like anything, but trust me, in a scenario like this, that's all it's really taking. And you look at the debris, again, maybe something right in there between Silver City and Henderson, if there's going to be something. I'm not sure what that highway is there. The marker didn't quite show up. Let's see if we can. Oh, that's just going to give us something there. All right, so the highway between Silver City and Henderson, that's the one there where that likely is going to spin up. So Henderson, and then farther to the northeast as well. Pop that. That's where the warning just keeps on going between Carson and Wales. And then further to the north, just to the east, or just to the west of Griswold with this one, is that warning. Again, they're racing. Goes through 9:45. That's going to cover a lot of ground here in about 35 minutes. So if you're in this, best, because of the up and down nature of these spin-ups, just ride it out. Macedonia especially, in your basement right now, hang out there for about 20, 30 minutes. Let this thing go by. You'll avoid a lot of the wind. You avoid maybe a quick spin-up tornado. That's what's trying to happen in here. These are not clear-cut tornadoes you're going to be able to step out and see very easily. Just little ones right on the north, or right on the front edge of this, that are trying to be damaging ever so quickly as they move out. And then they're all within this embedded area of the pretty strong winds here between Oakland and Council Bluffs and Trainer there, with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour moving through the Iowa side. As of right now.
Yeah, Rusty, with how quickly these are moving, take a look at this. These are moving roughly at about a mile a minute, so about 55 to 60 miles an hour. And let's err on the side of caution with this. So another way to kind of figure out how much time you have, Henderson, it's 6 miles away, so that's 5 to 6 minutes before this rotation is over you. If you get out toward, you kind of arc this around Carson, you're probably looking at about 10 minutes before this rotation is near you. And then all the way out toward Griswold, you're talking 15 to 20 minutes. So that's 9:20 to about, or 9:25 to about 9:30. So that's going to get to the end of this warning much quicker than the warning expiration time. So it's another reminder, just don't wait for, oh, I'm at the end of the warning, I have all the way until this time. Go now.
Yeah.
Go now with the way these are moving and with how quickly these things are spinning up.
I just wanted to drop in. That's the tightest little couplet we've seen there.
In a while, yes.
Yeah, that's it right there if it's going to be there. And there you go, Henderson. Like everything that Matt was saying was spot on there, and that's it. It's going northeast, and it'll run right through Cross Highway 59 in a matter of minutes here. So again, we caught it on one of the scans, and we're getting this up to the northeast. And that's the game. It's almost like whack-a-mole here, with all these little ones trying to form right along the northern, right along the leading edge of this. So that would be the one hanging right there in the box and then going up to the northeast through Macedonia. And then you see all the yellow lines here. That's just the large cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have that sort through here with these. Again, the one that includes the Omaha Metro, that one should be allowed to expire at 9:15 here in about 3 minutes. That'll clean up a little mess there. We have the one here through 10:15 through parts of Cass Mills, Montgomery. Sarpy County included in that. That one's pretty much done for Sarpy. It was just a little corner of Sarpy. And then the one here, 9:15. So we'll be able to clean up. This one should go away. This one should go away here. We'll get the back edge of this one going away. And then it'll all be mostly on the Iowa side as of right now as these continue to move through. I don't want to forget, up to the north here, we have had some rotation, but then that outflow boundary actually took over and kind of cut that off. A lot of buttons. There we go. Found what I was looking for. So right here, it looks like, notice how all the cells have weakened a little bit here to the north of Oakland. That's that outflow boundary that kicked out ahead and kind of undercut everything. And now it's all about this cell here, the leading edge of it that keeps on spinning right here over Henderson. You've been doing a deep dive on this one, Matt. You found anything interesting?
I've just been looking at reports, just keeping an eye on what we've been seeing. And for all, because you were just mentioning the litany of thunderstorm warnings that we've had, but we just haven't seen widespread reports of damage, which again, we are always thankful for, but we're starting to see at least a couple high wind reports across the Omaha Metro. Nothing yet with this line as it's moving into parts of over toward the Henderson area. It did have, remember, we did have that confirmed tornado with it in Plattsmouth, in Glenwood, and it still has that little bit of a notch with it, so that's why we're keeping a close eye on this one. Go back to Rusty. That couplet is still maintaining for at least a couple scans.
Yeah, we're still getting it right over. Just trying to see if there's anything new coming out with this one, but it's right there up towards the Henderson area and kind of bounce back and forth. These different little modes of the wind here, kind of one kind of takes the movement of the storm out of it, and you can see. Show you this right here. So we got 57 miles per hour outbound, about 16 miles per hour inbound. So you put maybe like a pencil or a marker between your hands, kind of go back and forth. You get that little rotation right in here, and that is what you see and what we are dealing with. And then you look and see if, okay, so the new radar scan came in and that jumped a little farther ahead, but it's definitely this right here, and then that right in here.
And Rusty, really quick, good news. Montgomery County deputies have eyes on this storm, so we will know if it is producing a tornado because we have trained eyes watching the storm. So great news. I always appreciate law enforcement partners in these situations.
Yeah, and, it looks like just catching the northwestern corner of Montgomery County there. So good on them. Be out there. So we'll have eyes on this one. And at this point, we're probably relying on lightning flashes to try to illuminate it, so be safe out there. But that's the one of greatest concern right now, and we're still seeing this back here. It's moving to the northeast through Henderson, and then marching off in that direction. So it's been a little minute here since it's moving so fast, I want to zoom out. But you can take this, go about 55 miles per hour. Roughly. You can see Macedonia included in that. Griswold about 9:39. So Macedonia here very, very shortly. I would shave about 5 minutes off of these because it's just rolling right now. Just err on the side of caution. Go 5 minutes earlier probably than anything you're seeing here. So up towards the Atlantic area, the airport just on the southwest side of town there. As that little couplet, just got a new radar scan there. Could be it right here just south of Henderson. So it might have went just south of town. Latest look at that one. Yeah, that's most likely it right there. It's going to be there. So between Henderson and Wales is where that'll be residing as it's marching to the northeast. Look on the debris signature, see if there's anything to show you there. It's just this little appendage right here. So the atmosphere really held together to get these to rotate. I was hoping when they formed into a line, they would maybe eliminate a little bit of the tornado aspect, which it reduced a little, but there's still the leading edge of these. We get these little spin-ups on the front, and that's what we had happen with these. And you can still see the one that we have, and now it's kind of evolving into a wind threat as it's moving to the southeast. But within that, you get these little embedded tornadoes. So the tornado threat was never entirely removed. It was something we had to watch the entire time with this line moving through. Just given the setup out ahead of it and how the winds react when the sun sets. And that gave us this line of thunderstorms that extends now, thankfully, a little bit weaker up here on Harlan, but still giving us some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts all out ahead of it as this line continues to march off towards the east. So we did clear out some of the warnings here. So we still have the one through 10:15. So that's going to take us into the newscast. 70 mile per hour wind gusts on the leading edge of this heading towards Red Oak and Shenandoah. And then you go a little farther north, the one for Potawatomi, Shelby, and just an ever so slight sliver of Harrison, which is probably out of it now. That's wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with that one. So basically we have this tornado warning, and then some of the stronger wind gusts are showing up on the south edge of this. That's where the worst of this is, as it's now marching off towards the southeast and through.
Yeah, Rusty, the National Weather Service, they're mentioning the southern part of this line heading into Omaha County. You're showing how this entire line is moving through western Iowa and the absolute corner of southeast Nebraska. And we're seeing those brief spin-ups. The Weather Service mentioned there was a little bit of rotation heading into Omaha County. It really doesn't look like much, but anytime you get those little red and green couplets like that, it shows that the line's trying to bend a little bit. So even though you might be on the south side of this line and you're in parts of Nemaha, Johnson, even heading toward Richardson County, into parts of southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri as well, you still need to be on guard for the potential for tornadoes as these storms push through, because they can happen very, very quickly, and you want to be at least aware of that potential as we go through the evening. Now, we also have our reporter, Sydney Babb. Do we still have Sydney out there with some, at least some tree damage in parts of the Omaha Metro? Sydney, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Matt, I'm here. Right now we're on 54th Street between Dodge and Farnham. You can see this small limb that's here. We were actually driving down Dodge going eastbound, and I noticed it out of the corner of my eye. We're going to pull up here. We're kind of having to drive over this limb just a little bit, but this is the bigger one that I saw. It looks like it might have been like a whole, oh, you can see the lightning there. It looks like a whole limb from this tree right here came down. This isn't the only thing we've seen. I'm gonna stay on this just so you guys can see how big this is. This isn't the only thing we've seen. There's been a lot of pooling on the roads. Any of those far right lanes when you're driving are some of them are undrivable, I would say, especially like the Blackstone area has been really bad. We've heard some other reports that around Leavenworth is bad. We drove around there and it's starting to rain a bit again. It wasn't as bad as the Blackstone area that we were in, but I definitely would say if you are driving right now, it's probably not the best idea to be out on the roads, just because it's so unpredictable of where is okay and where is not. We're gonna drive past this limb here and get back on Dodge. We wanted to go check out the Dundee and Happy Hollow area because I've actually been getting some emails from some of our viewers that area is not looking too great right now. There's a decent amount of flooding there. And then we're going to go up past Jocelyn Castle because one of our other reporters who lives near that area also mentioned that it's pretty bad. You can see right now Dodge is pretty safe, I would say, but anywhere that you are on any of those side roads, neighborhoods, it's not a great place to be right now. Matt?
Thank you so much, Sydney Babb. She's been following this line of storms all the way from Ashland when we had the first tornado with it, all the way through the Omaha Metro. So grateful to have her out there. But she mentioned the Blackstone area and Leavenworth. I mentioned about a half hour ago, all the construction creates a bunch of new ponding and a bunch of new avenues for water to just sit and collect. So anytime you have very heavy rainfall, in my month and a half I've been driving this route, 37th and Harney, or pardon me, 38th and Harney, that is a special place. Don't understand how you get a giant pool of water to sit in the middle of an intersection on a hill, but it does it. But we have that potential as we go through this evening for at least some ponding on roadways in addition to that damage Sydney was showing us. Rusty?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a quick update on, we just had to kind of trim the warning box here on this tornado warning off in Iowa side of things. So the latest on this, if we show you, the warning still goes through 9:45 for this radar indicated tornado, but it's this little appendage right there. You flip over to the mode of the radar, we still got a little bit of rotation showing up that would have just passed over the Wales area. Nothing clear cut on the debris signature, but we've had a couple of new scans since we were with Sydney here, and I wanted to show you what we are contending with. It's this likely right here, so it's going to head up towards between Griswold and Elliott most likely if that would continue. So the story with this though is what will happen, this will get kind of passed over because this is the National Weather Service office in Valley, and then once it hops over into Cass County, Iowa, that would actually end up being the Des Moines Weather Service office. So we'll see if they extend this warning just a little bit. They work in collaboration here and kind of hand things off as these storms move through. So that's the latest with that. And then it's all about these warnings that continue with the severe thunderstorms. So this one here is all about 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts pressing southeast. So if anything, you were mentioning Red Oak earlier. Now you're about ready to get another round of winds, so that make it 3 for 3 for the Red Oak area in this stretch of 4 first alert 6 weather days we have. So you got wind now that could be touching 60 to 70 miles per hour heading into Red Oak. They had hail, the size of a 2-inch diameter hail yesterday. And then the day before was another round of 70-mile-per-hour winds. I believe there were some power outages. There were fires in town. So this looks like another round of wind. Hopefully everybody get in their safe place right now for Red Oak just to be safe as that is moving through. Shenandoah will be next with some of the wind. Nebraska City should be in on it if they aren't already, dropping to the southeast. So the leading edge of this storm, if it's kicking out a little bit of a gust front, and we're seeing strong straight line winds, thankfully a little less rotation, and then we'll see how this continues as we're down to the southwest with this warning that goes through the Omaha area through 10 o'clock. So 60-mile-per-hour, 1-inch diameter hail. We're right on the threshold there to get a severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see a little farther south, just outside of our viewing area, Gage and Pawnee County, you can get 70-mile-per-hour winds with that one. All right, we're going to take a look at a city cam. This is from, wow, that was a timely bolt of lightning right there.
Never works out that way, Rusty.
I know, same happens to me in the morning. You never get it, you're like, ooh, this is cool, but wow. So a lot of lightning here to the south. I believe this is our First National Bank cam looking south on towards 16th Street. Is what we're looking right down there. But yeah, that's a lot of frequent cloud to ground lightning with that. And then, so that's what we're seeing as we're looking south here. Fair amount of lightning even on the back edge of this. So that'd be that looking south towards Plattsmouth. Thankfully, all of the rain has tapered off considerably. But another thing, when you think you're done with the rain, you're done with the lightning, that's not the case. Look at these lightning strikes back behind this a little bit. Now, this is 10 minutes worth of lightning that is shown on this. All the lightning strikes over the last 10 minutes, but sometimes these can bounce out ahead. It does not need to be raining or pouring for you to be struck by lightning. They can reach out from this thunderstorm. So if you're going on assessing things, a little bit of damage, a little bit of cleanup, you can get some of these lightning strikes that really pick up and can reach out from these thunderstorms as they are moving through. So the metro should be in the clear. The worst part of this storm system in the metros up here in parts of Bellevue with just a little bit of lightning and some torrential rain. Now Plattsmouth to Glenwood, not good to go out yet to assess anything with the tornado warning that would have went over your area, but give it a little time. There's a lot of lightning still striking and some torrential rain right there. No hail, and thankfully the hail reports have been pretty minimal with this. I expected some larger hail, but once it formed into that line, we kind of took care of that aspect. And then it was all about the wind. Was it rotating or was it going in a straight line? And that's what we've seen happen here as this continues to move to the southeast. So Atlantic to Red Oak to Shenandoah to Nebraska City, and now northwest Missouri will be getting in on this pretty quickly here as this moves on through. So we're about a half hour away from the 10 o'clock newscast. We'll send it over to Matt right now.
Yeah, they have, there's a new thunderstorm warning that just got issued. I'll do that real quick. It's for parts of northwest Iowa. This is for Carroll and, well, it includes Crawford, Carroll, Shelby counties in our viewing area. And I do want to mention, it says tornado possible. That's usually just to cover all bases because we've been talking about these very quick spin ups inside this line. If I take a look at inside where they just issued this warning, there's the brighter colors there. That's certainly going to be anywhere between 65 and 70 mile an hour winds, but I'm not seeing any of those little notches like we had before. So we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Denison toward Carroll, toward Audubon, Iowa, coming through Harlan right now. So that's the latest warning with that. But we've also seen just a ton of power outages. Do we have that power outage map ready for Jacqueline? Jacqueline is on the anchor desk. She has the latest from OPPD for what we're seeing as far as outages go.
Yeah, Matt, thank you so much. Great coverage, guys. Clearly a lot happening on this third of 4 First Alert 6 weather days. If we take a look at the map here, you can see there's a total of 7,726 customers currently without power at this time. You can kind of zoom in on the map. If you do have your computer available at home, you can take a look around, zoom in on the different areas of the OPPD map here that we're seeing. It'll tell you the number of outages in those specific areas and how many customers are out of power right now. So as we do zoom in, a majority of those power outages seem to be in the South Omaha area. I'm sure OPPD crews were ready for these storms, so we'll see how quickly they can get out there and get these, power back on and restored for various customers safely. That is the key for that one. If we take a look at the Iowa side now, if we go to Mid-American Energy Company, I'm not sure if we have that map up. There we do, right there, perfect. Okay, so I'm not as familiar with this map, having not lived in the Iowa side. So for me, let's see, where is the total outage information? Let's see, we have about, is it 12?
Looks like about 960.
998 in Council Bluffs. I see that on the right upper hand corner here.
Just short of 1,000. Just short of 1,000 in Council Bluffs.
Okay, perfect.
A lot bigger numbers on that outside of the metro, it looks like. So those bigger numbers there, Sioux City, Storm Lake, and Fort Dodge. So,
yeah, that's where they had a line with confirmed tornadoes, also 80 mile an hour winds up there. So that's adding to those numbers with Mid-America Energy. With this, thank you very much, Jacqueline Fernandez, for the power outage update in the Omaha Metro. I do want to just pay a little special attention to Red Oak, just because y'all have been through so much over the last few days, and this line of storm is just getting in. There was a 72 mile an hour wind gust reported with that tornado warning. That's north of Red Oak, but I look back down to the south here, and just a little bit of a notch developing. I wish it's not much, to be honest with you, but you can see a little bit of red, a little bit of green. I really hope, just for Red Oak's sake, that doesn't produce anything, but that line is starting to push in toward the Red Oak area, at the very least, with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and potentially a little bit of rotation. So just be on guard in Red Oak. And honestly, with how much damage has happened there in the last few days, the trees that have been kind of weakened and potentially some of the branches that have been pulled down as well. The weaker thunderstorms, and it is a severe thunderstorm, so it's still strong winds, but this could do more damage just because there have been so many repeated rounds. So I would strongly recommend, if you're in the Red Oak area, to, at the very least, get away from windows, maybe move to an interior part. You don't have to necessarily go to the basement, but with this line that's pushing in, it still could be producing some really strong winds. It looks like just put out another massive thunderstorm warning. Yeah. Holy cow, that was the one before. Here's the new one, and this includes, this is just kind of the extension of, and we're definitely getting into the Des Moines National Weather Service because everything is tornado possible. But we have 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is Cass County, Iowa, moving out of our viewing area with that line of storms. And that's some good news. They're not continuing the tornado warning, but they're still saying tornado possible, which is, honestly, it's the truth in this line that that's pushing into southwest Iowa. Any one of those little notches, even down toward Nebraska City, heading toward Auburn, Julian, there still could be these little spin-ups every once in a while. Rusty?
Yeah, you mentioned not continuing that tornado warning, and you can almost see the reason why. Outflow, the wind is starting to kick out ahead of these. And that right there might be cutting off anything that can develop maybe at the surface and spin up. Not entirely ruling it out, but it's helping out immensely. So maybe it could turn into more of a straight line wind event. I'm glad you mentioned that. That 72 mile per hour wind gust near Henderson. So I think that is what Red Oak would be dealing with here. You can see how the leading edge of that is where all the wind are. Now the wind is. We'll sample in this a little bit, and you can see there's a lot of wind. Some of this is going to be aloft, up several thousand feet up. But some of this down here near Red Oak could easily be reaching the ground as well, even though, again, that's just we're at the mercy of the radar beam. That's how that works. But again, rotation, but those are 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And there is the Red Oak Airport there, so we should be able to get a reading on that as it's moving in to see if any gusts register there. Maybe keep an eye on the 5-minute obs on that, Bo, if you can. I'm not sure. It might be every 15 on that one. Not certain. But thankfully, it does look like that tornado warning should be allowed to expire 9:45, and we're already on the east edge of it and almost moving out of the warning area. So Elliott would be the spot if there's going to be any rotation with this one.
And I do want to point out that the National Weather Service is tracking potentially more rotation in far southeastern Nebraska.
Okay, so
Nebraska City, and Auburn are the two areas that they're keeping an eye on.
Well, let's zoom out then, because it doesn't look like that one around Elliott would be allowed to continue. We'll see how that goes. It's possible down here we could be getting a little bit of rotation showing up in some spots from Nebraska City to Julian to Auburn. We'll see. Again, anything could run right along the leading edge of this. Anywhere along the leading edge of this could easily spin up something and see some rotation. So that's what we'll be watching. This is the mode of the radar that shows us if there's any debris. Again, sometimes it's a lot to discern here, but we look for little blue dots occasionally, or just little inconsistencies right along the front edge of this. All right, I understand the new live pictures of some damage that we have. Sorry, one at a time. What are we talking about? Andrew? Okay, Andrew's out there. Let's talk about, let's send it out to him and show him what do you have and where are you located, Andrew?
Thank you, Matt and Rusty. Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and show you some of the damage that has occurred already in this storm.
No.
I'll go ahead and take a step to the side. We are off 33rd and California streets. Yeah, it's not looking good. You can see a tree completely snapped from its base, completely covering the top of a Suburban that's sitting here. This is just a few miles from the station, not even 4 or 5 minutes away. Police are on the other side of this tree. They've been investigating. They have flashlights over the area as they're kind of trying to figure out who this car belongs to. There are some neighbors outside in the area right now. They're kind of looking over the damage, but so far we haven't been able to get a hold of an owner as to who owns this truck. But you can see on your screen here just the amount of damage this storm produced as it came through Omaha, just moments ago. As we're seeing conditions like these pop up around the metro, but we'll be sure to keep an eye on things around the metro. We're going to be driving around for a little bit just to make sure we keep in touch with the storm to give you guys the latest updates. But for now, reporting live at 33rd in California, Andrew Pfeiffer, First Alert 6.
All right, thank you very much for sharing that with us, Andrew. And might coincide with what we were showing you here. We had a few wind gust reports. Of note, though, the 63 mile per hour gust at Epley back at 8:27. So that would have went through. And again, where Andrew was, roughly 33rd in California, would have been right about here. And So easily could have been from that same batch of wind that moved through. You look a little further to the south of La Vista with that gust near 70 miles per hour and then a 60 mile per hour gust right along Highway 370 in the Papillion area. So this went to the southeast and east through the area, trying to spin up tornadoes along the way, definitely kicking out wind. Oh, a report up here on the north edge of Douglas County that I didn't notice before. A few treetops gone, tree branches flying and falling in the Bennington area. See, that would be, let's see up here.
I do want to point out real quick that the National Weather Service did say that they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire.
Okay, so the tornado warning out on the east edge around Henderson should be allowed to expire. Great news there. 72nd Street up to the north. There's Highway 133, the Blair High Road. And you can see in between 72nd and Blair High Road reports of some tree damage there as well. So take a little wider view here. Let's get our bearings. And so that warning will be allowed to expire. Now we're seeing the straight line winds. One thing I wanted to show before I'll send it over to Matt here. Look at all the tornado warnings. We mentioned the power outages around Fort Dodge. Look at this cluster of tornado warnings that on the leading edge of this line here. So the line is going bananas up here. We had several warnings along it. This is now turning into a wind threat on the south edge. It's the northeast edge that is howling, is getting ready to cross I-35 north of Des Moines up around Fort Dodge. Matt?
Yeah, Rusty, it's something I was noticing. If you remember, we were talking about that Potawatomi County, or the tornado from Plattsmouth through Glenwood, confirmed reports of tornadoes there. That was kind of the outflow of a storm to the north, getting caught into another storm down to the south. And that's exactly what I'm seeing here in parts of southeast Nebraska. You have the outflow from these storms coming through Tecumseh, coming through Omaha County. And then you also have this storm coming to the east toward Pawnee City. That's where we could see at least a little bit of rotation. Anytime you have a storm moving right into a boundary like that, it could be a brief spin up, but just something to keep on guard if anyone's watching down toward Pawnee City, over toward the Humboldt area and parts of northeast Richardson County as well. But even toward Auburn, toward Peru, Julian, these types of quick spin ups could happen with this line as it continues to push off to the east. And you can kind of see a little bit, I'll zoom in here toward Pawnee City. You can see a little bit of a brightness showing up. You have that outflow from that main line of storms right there, but this is just probably at least a localized area of some really strong winds. And again, this radar beam is thousands of feet up in the air at this point, or at least a few thousand feet, but still you could see those wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles an hour kind of mixing down. And if it interacts with that boundary in the right way, we could be seeing just a brief spin up and maybe at least a small potential for rotation in parts of far southeast Nebraska. Let me double check. They didn't update that warning really quick. 70 mile an hour winds. Again, that's for parts of Gage and Pawnee County until 10 o'clock. That could be at least the potential where I see at least a little more rotation possible with this line of storms. Nebraska City, you have some very heavy rain over you right now. You got a little bit of hail. If I take this back off to the north, you can see just south of Plattsmouth, between Nebraska City and Plattsmouth, right east of Highway 75, between Highway 75 and the Missouri River. Not a lot of real estate there, but that's where we have at least our best chance of seeing maybe some penny to nickel sized hail. You can see radar's picking up on 3/4 inch hail there. But thankfully, we're seem to be winding down at least a little bit with this line of storms. It's moving at the very least out of our viewing area. It's going to be more of a Des Moines issue, but we've certainly had plenty to talk about here over the last couple of hours, Rusty. And I hopefully, now that we're starting to see this line move into Iowa, it'd be great if it just completely weakened, got really outflow dominant here over the next hour or so.
Yeah, but good eye, keep an eye on those outflow boundaries as they're down to the south, interacting with the line. And you can see, like what he was talking about, is the wind is starting to take over. So again, good night's sleep on the way. If you're behind this line, you're done with everything for the night. This will move through. There isn't any threat of an overnight round of thunderstorms, anything that's going to bubble up and arrive at, say, 2, 3, 4 a.m. That should all move off towards the southeast, keep rolling with the wind, and then see how things go from there. So there is one more First Alert 6 weather day tomorrow. I think we could be doing this all over again for parts of the area for one more day before we finally get a chance to quiet things down as well. So
hopefully not Red Oak.
Yeah,
if we can just give Red Oak a break tomorrow.
3 out of 4, that's plenty. don't need to be batting 1,000 on this. That would be rough for them. So taking a look at Red Oak, by the way. So that would be the wind just rolling into town right now. Sampling some of this. Again, we're pretty high off the ground here with the radar beam, but it's weakening a little bit, so that's good news. But Matt was mentioning earlier, half broken branches, weakened tree limbs, that sort of stuff. They've had a couple of days, and even some of the cleanup efforts there are going to, could be impacted by this round of wind, that even if it ends up being below severe limits. So that continues to march to the southeast. There's the leading edge again. There's your outflow line. That can help choke off some of the moisture and the energy for these as that ends up going faster. So it's essentially the cooler air that the storms produce kicking out ahead of it, and it's going to zap some of the energy and kind of back things off, hopefully on the north edge of it. It's been really helping things to the north a little bit. Still have some warnings for 60 mile per hour wind gusts there, but take a look here. Harlan, this one goes through 10 o'clock, so about another 15 minutes there, and they keep extending these out ahead for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and the tornado possible. There's Cass County, Iowa. I want to stress Iowa. 60 mile per hour wind gusts there with that one, and then still have the 60 to 70 with the considerable damage tag on that one. You can see that. So you look for the threat tag, and then what we're talking about here with the source. We'll see if some of the airports and the observation stations end up registering something, but 70 mile per hour wind gusts were the story there. And our friends in Nebraska City, in the Sidney, Iowa area, some pretty torrential rain and a lot of lightning. Look at this here. You can see over the last 10 minutes or so, we've had 62 strikes with that. It's moving now across the Nebraska side, across the Missouri River and I-29 onto the Iowa side. So Sidney, Iowa, and Hamburg contending with that one. Likely going to light up the interstate there with some wind. Let's see here, down here in northwest Missouri, I'm on 60 miles per hour. So we're starting to see at least the wind gust potential that the National Weather Service is putting out with these back off a little bit, but you can see how far ahead of the line some of these warnings are, and they'll go to the southeast. So this one here, Shenandoah area, go for 10:15. That'll take us into the newscast. And I can't remember. I know there's baseball tonight. I'm never usually up at this time of the night. How long?
10 o'clock news. Yeah.
We do a 10 o'clock news at 10 tonight?
Unless the Padres.
All right.
Game's done?
All right.
Thank you, pitch clock.
All right, there you go.
Rusty, I do want to mention that there are a couple areas of rotation with this, very broad rotation to absolutely mention that. One right over Auburn right now, and another one kind of toward the Sidney area, right on Highway 2 in Fremont County, Iowa. But notice this line where the winds are, at least, over Auburn, over that Highway 2 tag. They're out ahead of the main line of storms. Maybe Auburn is the one that has the best chance of any of that rotation getting toward the ground, but towards Sidney, that where we have at least the spin is way out ahead of the storm. So you're not going to be able to create a tornado with that. You might cause what's called a gustnado out ahead of it, essentially. You get the dust blowing in two different directions, especially with how, well, hasn't been dreadfully dry. We actually got some pretty good rains, but even after a rainy night like last night, you can still get some dust and debris to kick up out ahead of that when you get at least two different outflows kind of meeting each other. So be cautious, because I know a lot of people will like to kind of do what we do and be meteorologists at home. Be cautious if you're seeing those areas of rotation, especially in parts of Fremont County, Iowa, because I don't think it's rooted into any storm. It's out ahead of that. But that one near Auburn does have the potential, or at least it has my eye for if there's going to be any additional spin up, it might be there. And then as I mentioned, the one down toward Pawnee City, thankfully that doesn't look like it's doing too much. You get these notches, and even though it is higher up in the storm, these little notches, one toward Auburn, one near Pawnee City, one getting over the border into northwest or northeast Kansas. there's still the potential, even though this line of storms is weakening, there is still the potential that there could be some brief spin-ups with this as it moves through southeast Nebraska and parts of southeast Iowa. And it looks like that new severe thunderstorm warning, I see it on my watch, but I want to make sure it's this one that includes Richardson County. Yeah, it looks like that. So here's the newest severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll kind of, let me recenter it so I can actually get it fully in the screen there. This is the far southeast corner of Nebraska. Come on now. There we go. Maybe. See, I'm just trying to, I'm tapping it too hard.
A lot of buttons.
It has the considerable take, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with the storm coming through Pawnee and Richardson counties. It does include Omaha County. How? I don't quite know. That is a very special polygon. But Falls City, Humboldt, Pawnee City, Table Rock, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible with this storm. And as I mentioned, we have that potential for those little notches there, the one going right over Falls City or Pawnee City. So Richardson County, you could still see some of those areas of rotation probably within the next half hour or so as this continues to race off to the east, again at about 55 miles an hour. So if there's one good thing about how quickly these are moving, Rusty mentioned that everyone, except possibly him, gets a full night of sleep tonight, but we will see at least these moving out probably by 10:15, they're out of the state of Nebraska, and then by 11:15 or 11:30, they'll be out of our viewing area in Iowa. Rusty?
5-year-old and I wake up at 2 a.m. What is sleep? Let's talk about the rainfall that we have had over the last 6 hours and the difference between last couple of nights and this one. You can see this is the last 6 hours. These are moving through a lot quicker. They don't have the chance to produce heavier rain for a long period of time. So we're talking short bursts of rain and some thunderstorms here. You can see down here around Beatrice, perhaps some 2.5-inch amounts. There's little pockets here trying to pop up with a little bit as well. Southwest of Lincoln, we go into the metro, and you can see that we are seeing some heavier amounts over downtown Omaha. With some 1 to 2-inch rainfall amounts and possibly a little bit more Ralston, La Vista. So if you have one of those automated rain gauges or you don't have to go outside and they send you the information inside, that's great. You can send that to us. We'd love to hear from you. But you can see it does vary a little bit, but these are moving through a lot faster. So between the last few days, it's probably safe to shut the sprinklers off for a little while. You don't need to water anything for a little bit. We went from absolutely nothing, trending towards one of the drier Mays on record, to, hey, we fixed the problem a little bit, but we still need more. At least we're spacing it out a little bit. And now we don't have quite as much to worry about on the back edge of this. This is the tornado watch that's still in place. Likely going to see a lot of counties drop off of this. The thing is, they're still tracking all these warnings, so haven't gotten around to it. But you can see the tornado watch that we have.
I do want to point out, Rusty, actually, that just having technical difficulties, a lot of those tornado watches have been cleared out.
Gotcha.
So the only tornado watches that are left are along the Missouri border in Nebraska. So that does include Douglas, Sarpy, and then, hold on. So Douglas, Sarpy, Washington, and Burke County, as well as south of the metro as well. So pretty much west of the metro, it's all clear.
Okay, good. So anybody behind...
So yeah, pretty much anything behind that main line and all the counties along the Missouri River are still under that tornado watch, but anything west of that, cleared.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Bo. Yeah, probably just one of the sources. There's about 2 or 3 different ways we can bring in the severe thunderstorm watches. So some of them kind of lump off the counties on the backside of this and some of them don't. But we're tracking this moving through and had some power outages. We're going to send it over to Jacqueline right now. She's got the latest on some of the numbers.
Yeah, thank you, Rusty. I've had some time to sort of better navigate these maps, so thanks for bearing with me here. But yeah, as we take a look at the Omaha Public Power District map, you can kind of scroll in if you have a computer at home, if you're kind of following along with us and just taking a look at these power outages. So far, there's just over 8,000 customers without power. Still, the South Omaha area is looking like the largest area that is without power at this time. And that would include a little bit over about 6,200 customers out in Douglas, followed by Sarpy County at 1,600. So those are the current outages on the Nebraska side from Omaha Public Power District. If we head over now to Mid-American Energy Company, we can take a look here at this map. Council Bluffs is the metro area we're focusing on. So right now, just a little over 1,000 customers affected in the Council Bluffs area. At last mention, I think we saw about 800. So we are still experiencing, those heavy gusts of wind and still a bit of rain in some areas throughout the greater metro area. Clearly, we've been chatting with our meteorologists here all night about our First Alert 6 weather days. So we will keep an eye on power outages, both on the Nebraska and Iowa side. As of right now, though, who can I send it back to on the weather team? All right, Rusty, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. We'll talk a little bit of hair because we are getting close to a 10 o'clock newscast. I think with this, the leading edge of this and these outflow boundaries moving to the southeast, we are seeing fewer reports. Hopefully things are going to start to quiet down a little bit for a large chunk of the area, but we do have a good amount of rain. I can put a loop on this, and you can see as we track down this to the southeast, there's still some torrential rain, but some of the radar returns on the backside of this are lightening up a little bit. Still tracking some rotation down here, but because we have a newscast coming up, I think it might be a good place to kind of take a little bit of a break here. We can send it back to regularly scheduled programming and then get ready for a 10 o'clock newscast that will start, and we'll dive into the latest on what we have as we're going to see this move on through.
Okay, as you just heard, there was Chief Meteorologist Matt Serway and Rusty Lord with several more hours of coverage as these tornadic storms did push through the Omaha metro area. Now we have a bevy of severe thunderstorm warnings pushing off to the east of the metro. The severe weather threat for Omaha tonight is done. That is the good news. The tornado threat for the viewing area appears to be all but done, with the possibility of an isolated tornado in southwest Iowa as this Boeing line is now moving through the area. In fact, I want to zoom out here and show you what is going on in the Midwest. Now in north central Iowa, approaching I-35, several tornado warnings on the northern edge of this large line that has coalesced right here, as you see, all the way back to Dodge City. Just one long line of severe thunderstorm warnings, and then on the northern edge, these tornado warnings, as these largely wind-producing storms now, after an afternoon and evening of extremely large hail and unfortunately destructive tornadoes, has impacted the area. I want to show you some of the footage that we've received into the First Alert 6 newsroom, and I'm going to start with some of the more unfortunate information that we've received so far. This was the tornado we were telling you about near St. Library earlier this afternoon. This was north of, I believe, the Grand Island area. This was a large tornado that was reported in that area, and we've learned from our friends at KNSB that at least 2 homes were destroyed by this tornado. This was the first large tornado reported today near St. Library, and unfortunately it did impact 2 homes in that area. That is not the correct photo. I'm not sure why it's not showing the correct photo. I do apologize for that. I don't know if this is going to actually display the correct photos here. We're going to give this another try here. No, it's not. So let me try and fix this real quickly. But unfortunately, there was a home that was destroyed, or 2 homes that were destroyed in that area. No word on any injuries. This was the tree that came down on an SUV that you just saw Andrew Pfeiffer reporting live from on California near 33rd Street here in Omaha. And we got just several incredible photos from our viewers. We want to kind of show some of these here to you now. This was from Megan Klein. I'm going to try and, I don't think I can move that down. Let's go ahead. I'm going to just very briefly here take the ticker out. This was a lightning and double rainbow that we did get several photos from Wahoo. This one coming in from Megan Klein. Megan, thank you so much for that. And then actually we got another one of at least one rainbow there with a bolt of lightning. This from Mackenzie Aronson. Thank you for sending us that. Something we always see after thunderstorms, especially when it's still light out, is those mammatus clouds. Those very bubbly clouds that you often see in the aftermath of a strong thunderstorm. This from Jim McWilliams. Jim, thanks for sending that in. And then the spaceship, we were showing you live pictures of this all evening long as it passed over the metro, of that spaceship-looking shelf cloud moving across the area. Stacy Dale sending us this photo from Elkhorn, and I believe I spelled that wrong on my rush to get that on, so I apologize for that. And then here's another look at that SUV that was hit by that tree that came down on California and 33rd here in Omaha. We also received some video. This is of the shelf cloud over Gretna. This from Brandon Meyer. And there you see that if you live in the metro area, and many others in Nebraska and Iowa witnessed this scene tonight, that kind of saucer-shaped shelf cloud passing over the area. And as it came over you, things got calm, and then the winds really did begin to pick up. And then behind that, a whole lot of rain, some hail, strong winds. And then on that leading edge here, we did get reports of a couple of tornadoes across the area. Right now, go ahead and put our information back on the screen. We're up to 15 tornado reports. The National Weather Service will obviously investigate all of those reports and determine exactly how many tornadoes did touch down. We're going to be starting our First Alert 6 at 10 o'clock show here in just a few moments. And we're going to go ahead and take that live once again when that happens, because we do have a report from Ashland where some homes were damaged by a possible tornado earlier this evening. That was the report that triggered the tornado warning for the Omaha metro area. Ashland reported a funnel cloud, and in the area where that funnel cloud was reported, we do have some homes that were damaged. And so obviously, once conditions calm down, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the next day, obviously experts will be out inspecting that damage to determine if it was strong winds or possibly a tornado that impacted that area. But it has been a devastating day of damage and severe weather across the area here, as fortunately these storms are beginning to exit our area tonight. And we're going to go ahead here in just about a minute and get our 10 o'clock show underway. Once we're done with our coverage in our 10 o'clock, I think we're gonna be wrapping up the stream shortly. Once our coverage in the 10 o'clock is over, I think we will we'll bring the radar back up for you, and just for our friends, especially over in the Red Oak area that have been hit so hard, I want to leave the radar up so you're aware of what's going on. But we'll be wrapping up coverage, fortunately, a lot earlier than we did last night, and we're very happy for that, because we're going to be doing this again tomorrow, folks. So on the other side of our severe weather aftermath coverage here at 10 o'clock, we'll talk more about what to expect for tomorrow, as undoubtedly we are gearing up for our fourth and final straight First Alert Weather Day here as these storms continue across the area. And I've lost my camera again. There we go. Again, I want to thank everybody that's been joining us throughout all of this across the area, as we have been dealing with all of the storms, not only in our viewing area, but west and south. We had a tornado emergency in Thayer County. We've had this large tornado that hit north of Grand Island, unfortunately destroying a couple of homes. No word yet, though, on any injuries. Hopefully no one was hurt. We have thousands of people in Nebraska and Iowa tonight without power and damage all over the area. More on that right now from the First Alert 6 team here on our streaming channel.
Good evening. A lot of action throughout the metro and beyond tonight. We have team coverage with our First Alert 6 meteorologists and our reporting teams on alert, tracking tonight's storms, including tornadic activity on this First Alert 6 weather day. Here's Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwy with the very latest. Matt?
Yeah, Jacqueline, we're just ending our extended coverage, watching this line of storms move through a lot of eastern Nebraska, still in parts of southwest Iowa, producing a lot of severe weather. In the Omaha metro, you see a lot of lightning off to our east. The rain rain, maybe a little bit toward Bellevue. We could see a little bit of rain push back into the metro overnight, but the severe weather pushing off to our east. Red Oak down towards Sidney, Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:15. 70-mile-an-hour winds with that storm. Another severe thunderstorm warning down toward the southeast corner of the state that goes until 10:45. 1-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with that storm. So these storms will continue across parts of western Iowa for the next couple of hours. But we have our last first alert weather day of 4 in a row coming up tomorrow. Yes, we could do this all over again tomorrow late in the afternoon and into the evening. Could get a couple of spotty showers in the morning. Temperatures start off in the upper 50s. We'll climb into the mid, potentially upper 70s, depending on where a front is. But more severe storms are possible Monday afternoon and evening. I'll have the latest on that coming up in my forecast. Jacqueline?
All right, Matt, thank you. Yes, eventually this will all calm down. Now, meantime, after these strong storms move through in certain areas tonight, we are keeping an eye on damage that people are seeing throughout the greater metro area. Meantime, our Dave Zavolinsky joins us live now in Ashland. Dave, what do you see there?
Yeah, so Jacqueline, obviously a scary night for so many across the metro tonight. Tornado sirens going off. We found a video on social media of an apparent tornado out here at Sandy Point Lake in Ashland. We made our way to the area where several homes actually suffered some damage. I'll step out of the way. We're on a cul-de-sac here in this lake community. 3 homes suffered roof damage. The most extensive, the one we're zooming in on right now. Pretty much the entire roof is ripped off. Multiple windows on the front side of the house are blown out. Firefighters tell me there's all sorts of interior damage because of the driving rain that went inside, and obviously the roof damage at the top there. Good news is potentially the homeowner wasn't home, so there's no injuries to report, but it's going to be a whole lot of work to get that house back up to par. I was able to speak to a homeowner just around the corner from here. He said he was outside when the tornadoes kind of lowered from the clouds. Listen to his firsthand account of what happened.
So I saw the funnel cloud develop right over the dock area behind my home, and then I started to hear it, and that's when I took off and headed inside. And to me, it looked like it traveled up the beach line and headed north in the neighborhood, so pretty quick.
It happened so quick. Here we are back out live on this cul-de-sac right now. Look at this, we're in the road. This is a piece of dock. There's no dock within 200 yards of us. That's how strong that twister was, throwing it all the way up here onto the road tonight. So some scary moments here in Ashland at Sandy Point Lake. But I guess the good news is nobody was injured tonight in what apparently was a tornado. We're told an assessment team was already out here tonight. Hopefully in the next day or so, we'll get an official report of what actually happened here at Sandy Point Lake. I'm Dave Zavolinsky, live in Ashland tonight. Jacqueline, let's send it back to you.
All right, Dave, thanks so much for that live report tonight. Clearly, the evidence does speak for itself, as you just saw. We talked about the damage in the greater metro. Heading out to Ashland with our Dave Zavolinsky. We're going to head back into the metro as well. Our Andrew Pfeiffer joins us live for this part of the story and the damage that we've been seeing here. Andrew.
That's right, Jacqueline. This is going to be a little bit closer to Midtown area, so just a few miles from our station. I want to show you what kind of damage this storm actually produced. I'm going to have you take a look behind me. This is off 33rd and California streets, where a tree has been completely uprooted and fell over the side of the road. Now, the road is blocked on both sides. There's no through traffic anywhere on this street. And on the other side of the tree, you can't really tell, but police are on the other side. Now, here's the interesting thing. You can see the tree, you can see how it's uprooted, but also the wind picked up enough to knock the tree over. But if you zoom in just slightly for me, Brendan, you can see miraculously these trash cans are still completely intact. Now, I spoke with neighbors that lived in the area. They said they didn't want to go on camera, but miraculously they watched the tree snap. They watched it fall over. And the miraculous thing is these trash cans that are by their house are completely still intact. So kind of weird how that works, but as you can see the damage, this tree completely toppled over an SUV. Like I said, Omaha police are on the other side, but of course this is some of the damage that we're seeing around the Midtown area. So like I said, this is about a good 2-3 miles from the station, just about 4 or 5 minutes, and you can see some of the damage is already kind of occurred in the Midtown area, but we'll be sure to keep you up with the latest coverage for this storm. Reporting live out in 33rd in California, Andrew Pfeiffer, First Alert 6.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for that live report tonight. Meanwhile, our team coverage on this 3 of 4 First Alert 6 weather days continues with our Sydney Babb. She's been in the storm tracker all night long, kind of covering a wide range of our viewing area. Now, Sydney, it looks like the strongest part of the storm is past us now. Where are you and what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Jacqueline, right now we are on 53rd Street. We're between Farnham and Howard, and we actually just stumbled across this a couple minutes ago. But this is a whole tree that has snapped off and is down on the road. I mean, it's covering the entire road. There is no through traffic through this area. This is the first full tree that we have found down. We also showed you about an hour and a half ago some larger limbs that were down in this area. It seems so far as damage goes, what we found is that a lot of that is in the Happy Hollow and the Dundee area. In the last hour, we've also driven around. We went to around 72nd and Dodge. We went back downtown. We drove all along Farnham, and we've not been able to find, since it stopped raining, pretty much any flooding at all, which is pretty good. There's a bit of pooling in some of the construction areas, basically just near in the streetcar construction that's on Farnham Street. Some of those orange barriers that are blocking off parts of the roadway, those were down. I actually, at one point, I'm sure our producers saw, I had to run out in the road myself and go and move one of the cones that had ended up in the street. But as far as damage, really, we are only seeing this one tree, a couple of limbs, and then obviously what Andrew showed you guys earlier. So in the metro, things look okay right now outside of these few outliers of some of these trees that are down in the Happy Hollow, the Dundee area. Jacqueline?
Sydney, thank you so much for that live report tonight as well. In the meantime, I do just want to personally thank all of our reporters, our weather team. We've managed to bring you the news and keep you safe and ourselves safe as well. We do want to let you know we are always here to keep you in front of those storms. This is on air, online, and streaming. Our Nick Weig is live at the streaming desk all weekend for us. That's at firstalert6.com. And when you're there, you can find the latest forecast as well as any watches and warnings that are issued. So that'll let you know what is happening in your viewing area. You can also submit your photos and videos of the storm. If you do so, please let us know that it is okay, that we can use your photograph or your video. Let us know where you took it. That helps too. We like seeing those. We may share it on air. Remember to do so safely. That's our number one thing here at First Alert 6. Now, meanwhile, we are working to learn more about an overnight cutting that happened at a central Omaha motel. We're going to take a look at that video now. Omaha police rushed to the Motel 6 at 84th and I-80. This was just after 4:30 this.
Okay, as we go into our regular newscast now, we're going to come back here with you on our streaming channels. Nick Weig here with you at the Alert Center as we're continuing to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect. I believe all of the warnings in our area are now general severe thunderstorm warnings. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1-inch diameter hail possible. We're going to go ahead and zoom in on the radar here a little bit as we continue to collect information. I want to remind you to please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel if that's where you're watching us from. You can hit that bell icon for notifications when we do go live for both breaking news and severe weather as well. As always, make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels. You can also watch our live streams by downloading our news app and our weather app and get alerts for your area when severe weather threatens, as well as getting alerts to breaking news and other live streams that we do here at First Alert 6. For now, I'll go ahead and leave the radar up and running so you can see what is happening in southwest Iowa and far southeast Nebraska right now here in our viewing area. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with you here in just a moment. And good evening again. Nick Weig here with you as we are beginning to see the beginning of the end of the severe weather outbreak across our area here in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. We want to go ahead and get you up to speed on what's happening out there right now as the severe threat has begun to move well east of the metro now. The severe threat for this area is over for the night. That is the good news. The unfortunate news is we're likely going to be dealing with more severe weather tomorrow. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at what's going on out there right now. This is a live look at First Alert Radar as it stands right now. You can see some good news for our friends over in the eastern part of Iowa. Most of the warnings have now expired. We are still dealing with some considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in far northeastern Iowa up by Mason City and Charles City and the Floyd areas. But the rest of these storms now have fallen below severe limits with the exception of these severe thunderstorm warnings here down in the Rockport, Maryville, Falls City area. That appears to be the last of it in our area as the rest of the storms have now fallen below severe limits, which is extremely good news after a very, very bumpy day across the area. Just to recap some of what has happened across the area today, take a look at this video that we received from near St. Library, excuse me. This was where two homes were either heavily damaged or destroyed. The images that we saw appeared to show a blatantly destroyed home by this very large tornado that touched down near St. Library. This was west of our viewing area earlier this evening, and this tornado causing some significant damage in that area. Obviously, investigators will be trying to determine whether or not the extent of or the severity of the damage from this tornado. We did get a little bit of beauty in the storms tonight as they approached the metro area. We want to thank everybody who shared their photos with us, including Megan Klein, who sent us this photo of a double rainbow in the middle of a lightning strike. Obviously, a lot of prolific lightning out there tonight. We also got an image from Jim McWilliams of the mammatus clouds that you often see after a powerful thunderstorm moves through. Stacy Dale sent us this photo from Elkhorn of that saucer shape of that shelf cloud that many people saw rolling through the metro and many other parts of Nebraska this evening as these storms moved through. And then as you saw live here on First Alert 6 earlier tonight, this was near California and 33rd in Omaha where a tree fell on top of an SUV tonight. And then over by Gretna, a viewer sent us this video, Brandon Meyer, again, that familiar sight many saw, that large shelf cloud rolling through as those strong winds and some small hail and some brief apparent tornadoes fell across the area. You also saw a live report earlier tonight on First Alert 6 streaming from our Dave Zawalinski out in Ashland, where several homes were damaged from what appears to have been a tornado touchdown in that area. The National Weather Service will have to go out and confirm that, but we have seen some footage that would indicate that there was a tornado that was responsible for that damage. So just some of the stuff that we've been receiving from you, the viewer, and we appreciate all of it. Want to thank everybody who's been joining us throughout the afternoon and the evening. Fortunately, the severe threat is beginning to come to an end. That's the good news. Now for the bad news. First of all, we do still officially have a tornado watch in effect here for about another 7 minutes, but again, the threat has largely subsided, so we don't expect this watch to be extended in our area. Tornado watches will continue for far eastern Iowa as well to our south, but again, for our area, this tornado watch will, by all accounts, be allowed to expire coming up in 6 minutes. And now, the more bad news. This was day 3 of third straight day of a First Alert Weather Day, and we have another First Alert Weather Day for tomorrow. And already, a Category 4 or moderate widespread risk for severe weather has been forecast for areas south of Lincoln down towards Nebraska City, in Maryville, in northwest Missouri. There is the potential for another tornado outbreak tomorrow. Now, the hope is that the tornadoes will largely avoid our area, but there is a pretty significant risk for tornadoes everywhere along and east of a line from Omaha to Lincoln down to Concordia, and that is where the concern is. Now, unlike today, we don't expect to see showers and thunderstorms develop in central Nebraska and then move through the evening. This is going to be a more of an late afternoon, early evening event than a late evening event for our area. We expect the thunderstorms to develop very close to the metro area if they do get going. And it's those initial storms that develop that will have the greatest risk for producing tornadoes in our area. So unfortunately, we may be doing this all again tomorrow. But we do expect the storms to get out of here much faster. We don't expect a late night like we had last night and tonight. We expect things to be a little quieter once this moves through. The front will finally push through our area, and we will get a break from all of this rocky weather. So one more day to go, folks. We've had 3 consecutive first alert weather days, and we have one more set for tomorrow. Of course, this outlook could change. We will get an update from the Storm Prediction Center at about 1 o'clock in the morning and another at 8 o'clock in the morning. You can get the very latest forecast from the First Alert Weather Team coming up on First Alert 6 at 4:30 tomorrow morning. So we will have to wait and see what the outcome of tonight's storms has done to the dynamics in the atmosphere and whether or not this risk area will move at all. But again, a pretty significant risk for tornadic development again tomorrow, especially along and east of a line from Omaha down to Lincoln, down to Concordia, and a much more significant risk for tornadoes for far southeastern Nebraska, portions of eastern and northeastern Kansas. But again, a still significant risk for tornadoes in our neck of the woods, including the Omaha metro area. We could see storms getting underway probably anytime after 3 p.m. tomorrow. These storms have managed to fire off relatively early in the afternoon the last couple of days out in Colorado and western Nebraska and today in central Nebraska. And so that is what we will be watching for as we move through tomorrow. So that's a quick update. Again, the forecast will be updated coming up in a few hours, and then again tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. And by then, we'll have hopefully a good idea of what we can expect. But if you do live in the Omaha metro area, you live in the greater First Alert 6 viewing area, you need, once again, to stay advised of the situation and the severe weather threat for tomorrow. The best way to do that is to download the First Alert 6 weather app to get notifications about watches and warnings and inclement weather as it approaches your area. But I think for now we are ready to wrap up our coverage for the evening, as the tornado watch now will expire here in about 2 minutes. That is the good news. But one more First Alert weather day tomorrow, and then some much cooler conditions, some 60s for highs, 40s and 50s for lows for the rest of the week. And then we will see what the weather holds for the weekend as things do warm back up into the mid to upper 70s for next weekend. But again, one more First Alert weather day for tomorrow. We will be with you here as we have for the last 3 days, tracking the very latest severe weather moving through our area. So I want to thank the thousands of you that have joined us on our 24/7 streaming channels, on our social media, on our YouTube as well. We really appreciate you turning to us for this extended coverage when and where you need it, and so that you can access it when and where you need it. So until tomorrow, we will be back here with you then. And until that weather arrives, this is Nick Weig reporting from the First Alert 6 Alert Center in Omaha. Have a great evening.